Chapter 40, 3:14. Blood, you're cutting your way. The master of Diwu Temple shook his head, and then a cruel smile came to his face. That being the case, Blood, your deity satisfies you. The words fell, and the spear of the gods condensed their power again. This time a horrible breath surged, and at the tip of the spear of the gods a cold red rim was lit, as if to pierce the sky into a cave. A variety of rules have evolved, and they are entangled in the spear of extermination. At this moment, even the magnetic field of the universe is changed and driven, as if it is about to emerge from the universe. The battle between supremes is a collision between rules. Extreme blood, Tai Luo Excalibur, I gave it to him. Jian Wushuang saw this, clenched his fists tightly, and said, he knows that it is possible that under this blow, Bloodwave Supreme is in danger of falling. He asked himself since he joined the Temple of Life. He has always been the Bloodwave Supreme to continue to support and protect himself. And what has he brought to Bloodwave Supreme? He has owed too much to Bloodwave Supreme, and must never let Bloodwave Supreme escape his life because of the Tai Luo Divine Sword. Bloodwave Supreme heard the words, turned around and stretched out his hands, and pressed down Jian Wushuang's shoulders vigorously, then shook his head and said with a serious expression, Sword Wushuang, Tai Luo Excalibur is your chance. It is your dependence on breaking the Supreme and standing on top of the universe in the future, and you must not hand it over easily. After he finished speaking, Supreme Blood continued to speak in a deep voice. Sword unparalleled, believe the seat, as long as this seat is still a moment. No one in this world can bully you. Wu Jianshuang heard the words and wanted to say something more. Bloodwave Supreme had turned around. Bring it on. Sun Zuibo's supreme gaze stared coldly at the master of Diwu Temple. Jian Wushuang looked at the back of Bloodwave Supreme Wei-In. For the first time, he felt that he was so weak and hated why his strength was not stronger. At this moment, in the starry sky, a few awns came again. Ha ha ha! Taro Excalibur, finally let the old man find it. Kuroba, do you want to swallow Taro's sword alone? Boot, quickly hand over the Taro Excalibur. I saw 3 magpies falling and turned into 3 supreme figures. Extreme South China Sea. Wuji Extreme, Deputy Master of the Blood Temple. The host of the Lotus Island was exclaimed. 3 Supremes, strike again. These 3 are all long-established veterans of the universe. They have suppressed the invincible in the universe. Wuji Extreme is the top power in the Supreme, far from their ordinary Supremes. Seeing these 3 men coming, even the master of Diwu Shrine, his pupils shrank. Bloodwave Supreme is a heart sinking to the bottom of the valley. The Supreme Master who has come to the audience has reached as many as 7. Among them, the Master of Diwu Shrine is invincible and supreme, and there must be a Supreme Master. Come here. I'm afraid I can't be good today. Sun Xiebua raised his head and looked towards the distant void, and that direction was the direction of the Temple of Life. Today, the only thing that can save them is the Temple of Life. But he has already been circulated to the Temple of Life. He spit out a stale gas. Bloodwave Supreme turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang and laughed. Little guy, if we fall here today, are you afraid? Wu Jianwushuang heard the words. His eyes swept across the face of the 7th Supreme, and his heart rose with a mighty pride, and he laughed and said, however, what is the fear? With the procrastination of Bloodwave Supreme, his whole Bodis divine power has been restored by more than half, enough to perform the Taro Excalibur again. Even if he is dead today, he will drag another supreme funeral. Ha ha ha, what a fear it is. Jian Wushuang, then the 2 of us will fight together today. Stir him upside down, fight him to die. Sun Xiebua waved his palm and laughed. A spirit of grandeur burst into the air. He has been in the blood for tens of millions of years. When was there any word of fear in his life? As Jian Wushuang said, how can I be afraid of death? and the three new Supremes had already set their eyes greedily on the Taro Excalibur with no hands in the sword. Chen Zai changed, kill these two people first, and get the Taro Excalibur. Yes, less night-long dreams. Kill these two first. The boy named Jian Wushuang, your ultimate master, can provoke our 7 Supreme Masters to kill. Even death is enough to be proud. The 7th Supreme Master has spoken eagerly. The main hall of Diwu Shrine saw a cold hum, since some people can shoot together to kill the Blood Wave Supreme and others. He is indispensable. Anyway, he is confident. With his strength, this Taro sword will eventually fall into his hands. Kill. The main hall of the Deputy Hall of the Blood Temple of Heaven opened coldly, stepping on one foot and looted towards the Supreme of Blood and Supreme Master Sword. The other 6 are supreme, and their bodies are also violent. In the blink of an eye, the 7 Supremes, meanwhile slaying swordsmen and Bloodwave. The mighty power of horror is like destroying the world and boiling the world. The violent winds directly stirred up numerous space storms. Kill. Blood Wave Supreme saw this. Mori Han's murderous flashes in his eyes, and the supreme divine power surged from his body, turning the surroundings directly into a tumbling blood pool. Kill. Wu Jian's eyebrows were cold and cold, but he raised the Tai Luo divine sword, and the Huang Huang Jianwei spread. In the hearts of the two of them, the battle against this one was already in the heart of death. I was at this moment, the moment of life and death. Take a huge sharp axe light and slash fiercely from a distance. The Supreme Axe is here, who dare to hurt my life shrine. With it, there is also a terrifying roar. A gigantic giant, striding from a distance. He is shrouded in the endless chaos of immortality, holding a giant axe. In front of him, the sun is like a projectile. Xinghe is like a bathtub. The stars can be removed by raising your hands. And you can step on the feet, destroy the earth. Extreme Axe, here it is. Soon it was the second roar. The God of Heaven, is here, who dares to hurt my life in the shrine. In the other direction, a middle-aged man with a naked upper body and sharp eyes like a hawk bends his bow and arrow, releases the arrow string, and a lightning-like Godhead blasts out. This arrow instantly cut through the sky, pulling a mighty, long wave of white waves in the universe, directly blasting a planet that was blocked in the middle, once again obliquely destroying the power of heaven and earth, and continued to shoot. White Tiger Supreme is here, who dares to hurt my life shrine. The third roar sounded. A star-sized, sharp, golden-white tiger stepped out of the void, screaming in the sky. The sound of terror was deafening, and a mass of murderous gas condensed overwhelmingly, making everything lonely and the people shaking. On this huge white tiger, a middle man in a ferret and a white forehead held a machete and sang a cold drink. The white tiger under his seat opened his mouth and shouted a silence. Light out. In the end, it was an old and indifferent voice, as if through the flood of the universe. At the same time it sounded in everyone's heart. Supreme is here, who dares to hurt my life shrine. Chapter 40, 3:15. Supreme is here, who dares to hurt me in the temple of life. When this indifferent old voice sounded, suddenly the 7 Supreme Masters, including the master of the Diwu Shrine, all changed their faces. The 5 chief Supreme Masters of the Shrine of Life have come together. Gaifu is here. The main eyes of the main hall of Diwu Temple shone wildly. What now and now? Among these 7 people, the weakest Lianxin Island owner is his lips trembling. The 5 chief Supreme Masters of the Life Shrine, but the top Supreme Masters that have been tempered from numerous battles after experiencing strong winds and waves. Especially Gawaf, they're so ancient that they do not know their origins. Even the most extreme ones in the universe are extremely jealous of Gawaf. Blood, wait a long time. The giant axe came in great strides, as the same Chaos Immortal King came from ancient times. Each step was a tremor of the universe. crushing countless void fragments. Behind him, holding the arrow of the god, as if the heavenly of the arrow came after him, his eyes were sharp like a hawk. I used to, when the universe was still in chaos, during the Battle of the Nation, he shot 9 Jinwu in succession with 9 arrows in succession. Although he has not scored dozens of chaos ages, no one will doubt his strength. Blood, ill wait, coming late. The white tiger supreme jumped out, and the sharp golden white tiger beneath him actually had twin pupils. Each step of the foot ignited black flame, footprints out of thin air. Between the light changes, looking at the 7 supremes, more it's like trying to choose someone and eating it, letting the 7 supremes chill everywhere. They all came together, standing next to the supreme blood wave, and the majestic power rose, as if to crush all eternity and shake for 9 days and 10 places. You guys, blood wave supreme, with a complex expression, a little complex, and wanted to say something, and finally all the words turned into a sound. It is good. Seeing this, the master of Diwu Temple suddenly became gloomy to the extreme. But he did not care about the 4 supremes, but looked away from the void. I was there, an old man with an old face, covered with age spots and full of decay, was walking step by step. He was expressionless, as if he were the most ordinary old man, but when he took each step he came directly across the time and space of chaos. Gufu Supreme, the strongest person in the Palace of Life, except for the owner who has long disappeared. Hit him. It is the pillar of life of the Palace of Life. Even if the owner of the Palace of Life disappears, as long as he is still sitting in the Palace of Life, then the Palace of Life is the most powerful force in the universe. Gaifu, a sword invincible, even lead you out? The master of Diwu Temple shyly said slowly. He Gaofu Supreme, expressionless, raised his eyelid and glanced at him, said indifferently, Kuroba, in recent years, your Diwu Temple has been a bit excessive. Excessive. The lord of the Diwu Temple sneered, and his eyes sneered. Gaifu, if this seat is correct, the injuries you left over from that war should not have been okay? Let me guess, now how many more shots? 2 or 3? He never heard a word, but just silently uttered a word. Kill. All of a sudden, the White Tiger Supreme, the Heavenly Supreme, the Giant Axe Supreme, and the Blood Wave Supreme were all in rush. A monstrous war will erupt from the 4. They looked at the Supreme 7 without any timidity, but rather extremely relaxed and heroic. Blood, 4 of us, how long haven't we fought side by side? Great Axe laughed supremely. Sun Xiaobua Supreme smiled slightly and replied, count the time. Since that war, there are nearly hundreds of chaos periods. Su Tianzuan said nothing, raised his bow in his hand, and a scarlet arrow condensed on his bowstring. And that White Tiger Supreme is the first to head towards the eerie Black Supreme who intercepted Jian Wushuang at the beginning, and smashed away with Baoxiang's Solomon. Blood, nature, Giant Axe. Look at it. These ants will be solved by me. Roar. A huge tiger howl came out. Deterring all directions, the white tiger was so proud and supreme, and an air of killing and fighting shook the universe. White Tiger, the main palm to kill the felling, and White Tiger Supreme is the most powerful one out of the endless killing. Ha ha ha! I haven't moved my bones for a long time. Leave them to me. The giant axe laughed loudly. The giant axe in his hand broke the ground and cut out a shocking axe light. This axe light was hundreds of thousands of feet long. He smashed a galaxy directly, and then headed towards the strongest person except the main owner of the Diwu Temple. Promise extreme. Cuts fiercely. Sun Xiaobua looked at this scene with a smile on his face, as if he had crossed the space and time of the universe. And when the world-famous battle of that year, when they fought side by side, the whole Bodis blood was boiling. He looked back at Jian Wushuang and smiled. Jian Wushuang, look at it. How old guys like us can you? Huh. His words fell, and he stepped hard, directly turning into a pillar of heavenly blood, carrying a mighty might, and rushing towards the deputy chief of the Temple of Blood and the supreme master of the South China Sea. Jianwushuang clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he only felt a blood boiling in his chest. The power of Shizongmen, he felt it for the first time. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of miles of starry sky nearby were all roared, as if they were caught in a sea of chaos and anger, and the world was mourning. Countless ways of supreme divine magic rise. To the sky the brilliance is spectacular, as if it opened a magnificent epic. Howling! The sharp gold and white tiger the size of a planet opened his mouth and roared, and the sound waves that destroyed the earth shot out from his mouth, blasting the starry sky out of countless giant pits. Too garbage. Dare to come to the idea of my life shrine. The white tiger supreme sneered with one enemy and two, and at the same time faced the solemn man in the black clothing supreme and Baoxiang, who first intercepted the sword, unparalleled sword. Not only did he lose the slightest bit of wind, but he showed the trend of overbearing and crushing, like the king in charge of killing. World. The sharp gold and white tiger was photographed with one palm, and the various techniques directly blasted by the two were smashed, and the black one was shot tens of thousands. On the other side, the giant axe battles the extremes of the extreme. Both of them are the strongest in the top. Under the confrontation, a sudden shock broke out. The whole starry sky shook for a while, and the giant axe was as high as 10,000 meters long, as if transformed into a great ancient god. The left eye is the moon, the right eye is the sun, and the veins protruding from the whole body are towering mountains. Every time he cut down the giant axe in his hand, he carried the power of destroying the earth and destroying the earth, shattering the endless blast of the supreme extreme and trembling in shape. Come, kill me! The giant axe shouted loudly, and the battle was crazy, and the presence of the supreme was a chill. That promise of extreme promise is even more ugly, and there is a clear fear in his eyes. Chapter 43:16 I'm here. Blood wave, you're cutting off your own path. The hall master of the great Cosmos Temple shook his head, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Since that's the case, it'll satisfy you, Blood Wave. As soon as he said that, the god-killing spear gathered its power again. This time, a terrifying aura surged. At the tip of the god-killing spear, there was a cold red light, as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. All kinds of rules evolved and settled on the god-killing spear. At this moment, even the magnetic field of the universe was changed and triggered, as if the great Tao of the universe was about to emerge. A battle between supreme beings was a clash of laws. Supreme Blood Wave, it'll just give him the Tarot Divine Sword. Seeing this, Jianwushuang clenched his fists tightly and said, he knew that the ruler Blood Wave was in danger of dying from this attack. He asked himself, ever since I joined the Divine Life Palace, it has always been the ruler Blood Wave who has constantly supported and protected me. What have I brought to the ruler Blood Wave? He had already owed the ruler Blood Wave far, far too much. He couldn't let the ruler Blood Wave risk his life for the sake of the Zenith Sword. When the Blood Wave Supreme heard this, he turned around and stretched out his hand to press down on Jianwushuang's shoulder. Then he shook his head and said with a serious expression, Jianwushuang, the Tarot Divine Sword is your opportunity. It's also the thing you can rely on to break through to the supreme level and stand at the peak of the universe. You can't hand it over so easily. After saying this, the ruler Blood Wave continued in a deep voice, Jianwushuang, believe in me. As long as I'm still alive, no one in this world can bully you. Jianwushuang wanted to say something, but the Blood Wave Master had already turned around. Come on. The Blood Wave Supreme glared coldly at the Hall Master of Cosmos Temple. Jianwushuang looked at the back of the Blood Wave Master. For the first time, he felt so weak and hated himself for not being stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a few more rays of light appeared in the starry sky. Ha ha ha! I've finally found the Tarot Divine Sword. Hey you, don't tell me you want to keep the Tarot Divine Sword for yourself. That brat, quickly hand over the Tarot Divine Sword. 3 rays of light descended and turned into 3 supreme figures. The supreme being of the Southern Sea. Supreme Wuji, the Deputy Hall Master of Blood Sky Hall. The Island Master of Lotus Heart Island cried out in alarm. The 3 great rulers were attacking again. The 3 of them were all well-known Supreme Masters in the universe. They were all invincible in the universe. Limitless Supreme was a top master among the Supreme Masters, and ordinary Supreme Masters like them could not compare to him. Even the Hall Master of Cosmos Temple was shocked when he saw the 3 of them. The Blood Wave Supreme's heart sank to the bottom. There were already 7 Supremes present, and the Hall Master of Cosmos Temple was an invincible Supreme. There must be more Supremes rushing over from afar. I'm afraid we won't be able to settle this peacefully today. The ruler Blood Wave raised his head and looked into the distance. He was looking in the direction of the Divine Life Palace. The only thing that could save them now was the Divine Life Palace. He had already sent a message to the Divine Life Palace. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, the Blood Wave Supreme turned to look at Jian Wushuang and said with a smile, "Little fellow, if we were to die here today, would you be afraid?" Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes swept across the 7 great masters' faces. He suddenly felt a sense of pride and laughed. "It's just death. What's there to fear?" Thanks to the ruler Bloodwave's delay, he had already recovered more than half of his divine power, enough for him to use the Tarot Divine Sword again. Even if he had to die today, he would drag another supreme martial artist down with him. Ha ha ha, what a good, what fear! Jian Wushuang, let's join forces and fight together. Well, turn the world upside down and fight to the death. The ruler Blood Wave clapped his hands and laughed heartily as a heroic aura soared into the sky. His blood waves had swept across the universe for tens of millions of years. When had he ever been afraid? It was just as Jian Wushuang had said. However, what was there to fear about death? As for the 3 new supreme martial artists, they had already cast their greedy eyes on the Tarot Divine Sword in Jian Wushuang's hand. Things might change if we delay. Let's kill these 2 first and get the Tarot Divine Sword. He thought, that's right, to prevent any accidents, let's kill these 2 first. Jian Wushuang, you're just an ultimate ruler. You should be proud that you're being hunted down by the 7 of us, even if you die. The 7 great Supremes spoke one after another, eager to make a move. The Hall Master of Cosmos Temple snorted coldly. Since there were people who could work together to kill the Supreme Blood Wave and the others, he naturally could not do so. After all, he was confident that with his strength, the Tarot Divine Sword would eventually fall into his hands. Kill! The Deputy Hall Master of Blood Sky Hall said coldly as he took a step forward and charged toward the Blood Wave Supreme and Jian Wushuang. The other 6 supreme martial artists also charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the 7 supreme masters killed Jian Wushuang and Blood Wave at the same time. The enormous and terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy the world, causing the heavens and earth to boil. The violent wind stirred up countless spatial storms. Kill! Upon seeing this, a cold killing intent flashed across Supreme Bloodwave's eyes. The supreme divine power in his body surged and turned the surrounding area into a churning blood pool. Kill! Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. He raised the Tarot Divine Sword, and a brilliant sword power spread out. The 2 of them were already prepared to die in this battle. Bang! At this moment of life and death, a huge and sharp axe light suddenly hacked down from the distance. I, Supreme Giant Axe, am here. Who dares to hurt the people of my Divine Life Palace? Along with it, there was an earth-shaking roar. A 10 million feet tall, rough giant strode over from the distance. He was shrouded in endless chaotic immortal radiance and held a giant axe that could split the sky and earth. In front of him, the The sun was like a bullet, and the river of stars was like a bathtub. He could pluck the stars with a raise of his hand and destroy the earth with a step. Supreme Being Giant Axe had arrived. Immediately after, a second roar came. I, Ruler Heavenly Dipper, am here. Who dares to hurt the people of my divine life palace? In another direction, a topless middle-aged man with sharp eyes pulled the bowstring and released an arrow. A godly arrow shot out like a lightning bolt. The arrow instantly cut through the sky, leaving a 10,000 feet long white wave in the universe. It directly blew up a planet in its way and continued to shoot forward with destructive power. I, the White Tiger Ruler, am here. Who dares to hurt the people of my divine life palace? A third roar rang out. A star-sized, sharp metal white tiger stepped out of the void and roared into the heavens. Terrifying shockwaves were deafening, and a tangible killing intent covered the world, causing all things to fall silent and all races to tremble. On the back of this huge white tiger, there was a burly man in the middle. He was wearing a ferret robe and a white forehead pad. He was holding a scimitar. As he shouted coldly, the white tiger under him opened its mouth and roared out a destructive light wave. Finally, an old and indifferent voice sounded in everyone's mind as if it had traveled through the universe. I, Supreme Master Gai Fu, am here. Who dares to hurt the people of my divine life palace? Chapter 43:17. A few days later, news about the Shrine of Life and the battle of the Seven Supremes spread, as if a bomb had been dropped on a calm lake, completely exploding in the universe and detonating the entire universe. The news was that the riverbank was collapsing and flooding at an extremely fast speed. It spread throughout the universe and swept the world. Suddenly, the universe was boiling and peoples were shocked. Discussions about this battle can be heard in almost any corner of the universe and in any population. The 5 chief Supremes of Life Shrine were born together, and they battled the 7 Supremes, showing invincibility. Gafrez shot and defeated the master of Diwu Temple with one finger. The Supreme. Within a day, the 7 Supremes fell, rare in ancient times. The universe was full of discussions about this battle. Only then did they realize that the Life Shrine, which had been silent for many years, was so scary when they really surfaced. Originally, the last time the Great Axe and Bloodwave Supreme, for the purpose of killing the swordless temple on the Sword Warrior, has made countless people marvel at the strength of the Temple of Life. The Supreme killed Taishu Temple was worthless to mention. In the universe, there has been so much peace for too long. Therefore, the sensation caused by this battle is almost no ancients and no comers. Everyone was discussing the strength of the Life Shrine, how much more powerful it is, how powerful it is, and how terrible it has been. Of course, the most discussed naturally is the protagonist of this battle, Jian Wushuang. Sword Cut 2 Supreme, ancient and modern. Jian Wushuang takes the body of the master and slaughters the supreme divine realm. Jian Wushuang's battle is enough to record entering history, shocking ancient times. I dare to say that as long as Jian Wushuang does not fall, when he is promoted to the realm of honor, the universe will become an era belonging to Jian Wushuang. Countless people are crazy about it, and they regard Jian Wushuang as the future master of the universe. Sword Unparalleled has become the storm center of the entire universe. However, these discussions are still circulating among those who control the realm in the universe. The true power in the universe, the Supremes, is silent. Taishu Temple. The new god emperor's Bingxian smashed the armrest of the seat with a palm, and his face was extremely blue. He did not expect that he was regarded as an ant, and sent the prisoner dragon to the starry ancient road to slay the sword Wushuang by the way. Not only did he not die, but in a short time he actually grew to such an amazing level that it was enough to shock the Supreme. This feeling, like everything he did, became a stepping stone for Sword Unparalleled, which made him extremely angry. Waste. It's all waste. What Diwu Shrine Master can't even win a sword master who controls the realm. Bingyu Extreme clenched his fists tightly, and his mouth made a chilling murmur. Outside the main hall, the other main hall owners sighed, wondering what to say. For the first time, they somehow felt a slight regret. The habitat of the Jinwu tribe in the solar star field. In the sun occupied by King Jinwu, Lin Heir, have your injuries recovered? A majestic voice sounded. Immediately he saw a middle-aged man wearing an imperial robe of fire and approaching step by step. It was the Emperor Jinwu. Father, the baby's injuries have been recovered as much as possible, and the retreat has recently realized something, and his strength has improved. The Emperor Jinwu was originally enlightened, and when he heard the voice, he stood up immediately and looked back and smiled. Yes, the more frustrated you can be, the more you wait for it, the better you will be. Emperor Jinwu saw a touch of admiration. It's still a long way to go for the child. Speaking of all this, I have to thank the father for the mention that day, so that the child's heart was wide open, and then he realized the opportunity. Emperor Jinwu said humbly, but deep in his eyes, there was a flash of unconscious pride. This pride comes from his confidence in his own strength. Now, he does not say that it is comparable to the supreme, but he can definitely take the supreme blow. After a pause, the Emperor Jinwu continued, Father, the child is ready and he will rise from wherever he fell. It happened that the child heard that Jian Wushuang had left the ancient road of Shinkong and planned to fight him this time. The child's self-confidence will surely defeat Jian Wushuang. After that, Emperor Jinwu raised his chin and looked forward to Emperor Jinwu quite expectantly. However, he found that Emperor Jinwu's expression was strange. Father, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong with it? Is the father worried about the child's defeat? King Jinwu scratched his head and then smiled. Father Wang must not worry. Now I am absolutely enough to make peace with sword warriors 1 world war. After waiting for him to finish, I saw the Emperor Jinwu took a deep breath, interrupted his words, and slowly said, Lin Heir, you have recently retreated and missed the latest news about Jian Wushuang. Huh? Couldn't Murphy Sword Wusho have been killed? That's a pity. The Emperor Jinwu didn't answer, but he took out a jade tube and handed it to the Emperor Jinwu. Look at it yourself. After speaking, the Emperor Jinwu turned away. Why is my father so strange today? Emperor Jinwu had a doubt in his heart, and then opened the jade tube. After a while, extreme sword cut, Lian Tu Shenjing. Emperor Jinwu opened his mouth wide, and his eyes were filled with horror. Judy Pavilion, headquarters. A pavilion made of red tiles and blue stone is suspended in the air quietly. In the pavilion, the 3 supremes sat around a round table. In front of them, each had a roll of detailed information about the 2 supremes. Heart-killing, isn't this sword Wushuang the same kid you saved in Jiui Starfield? An old man in red robes looked at the 3 of them, and the old man in the middle said with a smile, And this old man of Qing dynasty who was in the Join Star realm saved the sword master of the sword master Shuangshou when he first saved the sun, but he did it by hand, but it did not think of this opportunity. Heartbeat Supreme heard the words, said with a smile. Among the 3, the last Supreme was a purple-haired boy who said blankly, Red ears killing heart. Now we are discussing the attitude of Judy Pavilion towards Jian Wushuang. After a moment of pause, the purple-haired boy continued to say in a deep voice, The Taro Excalibur is a heavy weapon in the universe. Now almost the entire universe is supreme, and the Terra Excalibur is eager for it. The palace exerts pressure to discuss swords. As a top force in the universe, how should we treat our attitude? Chapter 43, 18 Battle of the Gods, Part 2. The entire universe seemed to have fallen into a boiling chaos. Countless words could be used to describe the horror of this battle. Countless holes appeared in the sky, and the ground was constantly being shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Supreme, Heavenly Dipper's expression was cold and detached. Every arrow that was shot out blocked the escape routes of the 7 great rulers, leaving bloody holes in their bodies. The battle between the Blood Wave Supreme, the South Sea Supreme, and the Blood Sky Palace's Deputy Palace Master was even more terrifying. At this moment, everyone finally realized how terrifying the ruler Blood Wave was. 3,000 great Das emerged from the Blood Wave Supreme's body and turned into a world of corpses and blood. The divine bodies of South Sea Supreme and the Deputy Palace Master of Blood Sky Palace were continuously destroyed as they cried out in pain. South Sea Supreme and the Deputy Hall Master of Blood Sky Hall were both high-level and top-tier Supremes in the universe, but they were unable to retaliate against the Blood Wave Supreme. They were constantly defeated and were in imminent danger. Although the Blood Wave Supreme was only a top-tier Supreme, he was much stronger than ordinary top-tier Supremes in terms of combat power. Although he seemed to be in a difficult position when he faced the Hall Master of Cosmos Temple, he had an overwhelming advantage when he was facing a supreme being of the same realm. The battle had entered a state of slaughter from the very beginning. With Supreme Heavenly Dipper cutting off their escape route, the 7 great Supremes were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, constantly being slaughtered. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. At that moment, his divine power had finally recovered completely. Immediately after, he turned his gaze to the master of Lotus Island, the acrid and mean old woman. No one knew if it was intentional or not, but Supreme Blood Wave and the others had made the old woman stay. "You should die." Jian Wushuang looked at the old woman coldly. When the old woman heard this, her expression changed and she shrieked, "Jian Wushuang, what are you doing?" Jian Wushuang did not answer. Instead, he raised the Tarot Divine sword and swept it toward the old woman. When the old woman saw this, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She understood that the situation had already been decided. If there were no accidents, she would not be able to escape death. The only chance of survival was Jian Wushuang. If he wanted to live, there was only one way, and that was to abduct Jian Wushuang and threaten the 5 lead Supremes of the Divine Life Palace to let him leave. Thinking of this, a cold sneer appeared on the old woman's face. She muttered to herself, "Jian Wushuang, oh Jian Wushuang, since you're looking for death, don't blame me." Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman turned over her right hand and took out a lotus lamp from her interspatial ring. There was no fire on the lotus lamp, but there was a flirtatious red lotus swaying slightly, emitting a faint red light, reflecting the old woman's face, making it even uglier. Slash! Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and his black hair was flying in the air. He slashed the Tarot Divine sword at the old woman. A brilliant sword pressure descended, instantly snatching away all the brilliant light in the area. Like a river of stars, it pressed down on the old woman. This sword cut across the sky and pierced through the sun and moon. Looking at the dazzling Tarot Divine sword, the old woman's eyes were filled with surprise. Then, the surprise in her eyes was replaced by regret. "Old friend, I'm counting on you this time." She looked down at the red lotus lamp in her hand and muttered to herself. With a push of her hands, the red lotus lamp immediately shot out and shone brightly in the air. Countless rays of red light shot out, like the sunset glow at night, painting the starry sky a gorgeous red. The lotus core of the red lotus lamp suddenly expanded in the wind and turned into a towering red lotus that connected heaven and earth. The next moment, bang! The Tarot Divine sword ruthlessly slashed at the red lotus. A strange scene appeared. After the tarot sword struck the red lotus suddenly began to absorb the endless power of the tarot sword like a balloon. What? Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. "Kacha! Kacha!" In the next moment, the lotus lamp started to crack. It was like a bucket with a sealed mouth that was constantly filled with water. Finally, it could not take it anymore and exploded. Bang! With a wail, the towering lotus flower broke into pieces. The power of the Tarot Divine sword had also disappeared. Seeing this, a touch of resentment flashed across the old woman's face. She stared at Jian Wushuang and said coldly, "Jian Wushuang, you've caused my treasure to be destroyed. You deserve to die." After she finished speaking, the old woman laughed, and countless red lotus fire surged around her and rushed toward Jian Wushuang. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang was slightly surprised, but he didn't panic. This time, when he used the tarot divine sword, he didn't use all of his divine power. He still had some power left, which was enough to deal with the old woman. Just as the old woman was about to catch Jian Wushuang, and he was about to use the daybreak sword to end her life, the sound of an arrow breaking through the air rang out. A spear-like scarlet arrow broke through the void and pierced through the divine body of the Lotus Island Master. Along with the remaining force, it was sent flying. Ah! Arg! The old woman screamed in pain. Divine power burst out from the scarlet arrow and shattered her divine body. The master of Lotus Island had fallen. In the distance, Supreme Heavenly Dipper looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. "Little fellow, that red lotus was born from the primordial chaos and is capable of withstanding a world-destroying blow. It can be considered a life substitution talisman. Be careful." Jian Wushuang nodded at him gratefully. After the time for one incense stick to burn, Supreme Giant Axe was the first to end the battle. He turned around and strode in the direction of the blood wave Supreme's battle. After the time for 3 incense sticks to burn. At this point, other than the Hall Master of Cosmos Temple, the other 6 Great Supremes had been completely massacred by the joint forces of Supreme Blood Wave and the others. At this moment, the cold wind whimpered and the great Tao wailed. It was as if the heavens and earth were mourning for the 6 great rulers. The fall of 6 great masters. How shocking was this? Once it was spread, the entire universe would be shaken. After killing their respective opponents, Supreme Giant Axe, Supreme Blood Wave, and the other 2 stopped and looked into the distance with their hands behind their backs. There were only 2 people there. The Hall Master of Cosmos Temple and Supreme Master Gai Fu. At this moment, the expression of the Hall Master of Cosmos Temple was extremely ugly. He was no longer as calm as before and was staring at Supreme Master Gai Fu with fear in his eyes. "Gai Fu, you can't even protect yourself now. Do you really want to waste your chance to attack for Jian Wushuang?" The Palace Master of Cosmos Temple growled. Supreme Master Gai Fu's expression was neither happy nor sad when he heard this. He did not reply and only extended a finger to point at the great Cosmos Temple Master's glabella. Rumble. In an instant, a destructive aura that seemed to come from the ancient times, which caused the universe to perish, the chaos to boil, and the great Tao to be annihilated, rose in the void and slowly condensed. Chapter 40, 319. When the words of Supreme, Supreme fell down, all the 4 Supremes present flashed their eyes. What Gavo means they already understand. Yes, our Shrine of Life has always been indisputable in the world, but it does not mean that anyone can step on our faces. Supreme White Tiger Supreme, the most irritable character, stood up immediately and said with a cold hum. I saw his eyes skyrocketing, taking on the meaning of warfare and sneering. "Speaking of it, this battle just happened, but just another battle." The 3 Great Supremes, such as Blood Wave, although not directly declared war against the Supreme of the White Tiger, also filled with boiling warfare. They have never been afraid. Gav Supreme, seeing like this, deep in the muddy eyes, could not help flashing a touch of appreciation. Nodded his head. Supreme continued to say, "The old man has been summoned to make the disciples who have traveled in the universe, except the disciples in the Shinkong Ancient Road, have been repatriated to the Temple of Life. At the same time, you go back and inform your disciples. During this period, the Temple of Life forbids the disciples from going out and starts preparing for war." Yes, the 4 Supremes should suddenly be. Supreme Gap said, "Well," and said, "Except for Jian Wushuang, everyone else is waiting. Let's get away." The 4 Supreme Masters heard a word, but without thinking they left. After a while, in the Supreme Temple, there were only 2 men, Jian Wushuang and Gaffa Supreme. Jian Wushuang looked up at Supreme Gav, and there was some doubt in his heart. What did Supreme Gav mean to leave him alone? Sword unparalleled. Give Tai Lao Excalibur to the old man. Gafu Supreme expressed expressionlessly, indifferently. Jian Wushuang heard the words. His eyes could not help but hesitate. No more hesitation. Nodded. It is good. Having said that, Jian Wushuang strode forward and pulled back the Taro Excalibur, pushing it horizontally to Jeff. Gawaf took the Taro sword, lowered his head, and looked at it slightly, sighing slightly. This sword, when the old man saw it last time, the old man was still there. Goodbye this time, there were already hundreds in a blink of an eye. Chaos era. Jian Wushuang did not disturb Gaffa Supreme, but stood silently. Put down the Tai Luo Divine sword. Gaffa Supreme looked at Jian Wushuang side by side and said, Sword Wushuang, presumably Tai Luo sword code. Have you got it? Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words. In front of Supreme Lord Gafu, he had no intention of hiding, and replied in a respectful voice, Yes. Gafu Supreme heard a slight smile and said, Swords are unparalleled, and you can get Taro's heritage, which is also a chance for you. But you must remember that you must have a long-term vision. The way of others is ultimately others. You CA and T rely on your own way. Only by enlightening and developing your own way can you truly achieve a climate and have the qualification to reach the peak of the universe. Do you understand? Thank you for mentioning Supreme. Jian Wushuang heard the words and quickly arched. He was not a stupid person, so he naturally read it out. And the Supreme Lord deliberately left him, for fear that he would only rely on the power of relying on the Taro Excalibur and ignore his own growth. Good. Gafu Supreme saw this, nodded slightly, and there was a touch of relief in his eyes. Immediately, he waved his big hand on the Terra Excalibur and retransmitted the Terra Excalibur to the sword Wushuang. The sword is unparalleled. The old man has planted a ban on the Terra Excalibur and sealed the power and breath of the Terra Excalibur. You must not use the Terra Excalibur unless you have a last resort. Jian Wushuang took over the Terra Excalibur and suddenly felt that his connection with the Terra Excalibur was still there, but invisible. There was an additional barrier. Before long, Gav Supreme waved. Jian Wushuang, you go. Jian Wushuang nodded. No longer delayed, the laser shot away. In the Supreme Temple, there was only one Gav Supreme left, and it gradually became quiet. Gav Supreme sat in the first place and sighed suddenly. He raised his head. His eyes seemed to penetrate the Temple of Life and looked at the starry sky of Wudi, muttering to himself. Palace, is the old man righteous, right or wrong? Regarding the impending storm in the Temple of Life, even though he could not help but feel a little confused. Jian Wushuang flickered through the sky of the Palace of Life, suddenly causing exclaims. Brother Jian Wushuang is back. This is Brother Jian Wushuang. His breath is so strong. Some disciples who are new to the Shrine of Life have one after another. Call out. The sword has no footsteps, turned into a blaze and passed over them. Before long, Jian Wushuang returned to the 6th mountain belonging to his manor. In the manor, there is a small lake. A beautiful woman with a tall figure was standing by the lakeside of the manor and sprinkling some fishing bait. After the fishing bait was sprayed, it instantly caused the thousands of koi carps to tumbling like a red tide, which was quite spectacular. But this beautiful woman's brows frowned, and her look was not fluctuated, and she looked very serious. Shuang-er, I have kept you waiting. Suddenly, a familiar thick voice sounded in her ear. Suddenly, this beautiful woman was throwing the bait in her right hand and froze. She turned towards the young man with a soft smile on the back and ran away. Even the bait in her hand was spilled. Fu Jun, I wait for you so hard. Puff. Lung Rushuang smashed into Jian Wushuang's arms, his eyes flushed for a while. Missing for tens of thousands of years, She is unparalleled in swords and has long missed her, especially when she heard from the mouth of the disciples of Life Shrine that Jian Wushuang died in the hands of Prison Dragon and was hunted down by the Supreme. Her heart was even more severe. She wants to leave the Temple of Life countless times to find Jian Wushuang, but she knows that with her cultivation, even if she finds Jian Wushuang, she can't help Jian Wushuang at all. She has always been very sensible. Therefore, she can only hold back all the urgency in her heart, waiting for Jian Wushuang's return every night and night, suffering alone. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang finally returned. Shuanger, don't worry, I'm fine. Jian Wushuang held cold as frost in his arms and gently patted his back with his right hand, comforting his warm voice. Fu Jun, don't you leave me alone next time, okay? I'm so scared that I'll never see you again. Cold as frost lifted his head. Some tearful eyes cried. Jian Wushuang saw this a sigh in my heart. It is good. At the same time, in the extreme north of the universe, a Tibetan year was covered by the nebula thunder, and no bright huge star field was visible. A black mang reached the extreme speed, flew from a distance, then stopped suddenly and stopped in front of this huge star field. Hymen shattered, revealing a majestic, middle-aged man. He looked up at this thunderous lightning flash, a huge nebula of stars, and arched his hands in a deep voice. Hey you! Come to meet the dragons and talk about important things. Chapter 40, 320. In the extreme north of the universe. Here is the taboo of the entire universe. For example, the blood river where the descendants of the dark devil come from is in this extremely northern region. It is desolate all year round, and no one sets foot in it. The blood in the river is enough to wipe out everything below the Supreme. Even if the Supreme is in person, do NT dare to rush step into the blood. It is rumored that there are thousands of blood monster ancestors from the chaos prehistoric age sleeping in this blood river. But the rumors are false, and no one can say clearly. There are 9 taboo places like the blood river. There are 9 places in the extreme north of the universe. One of them is the huge star field in front of the main owner of the Diwu Temple. This huge star field is covered by the nebula thunder all year round, cannot see any light, and is quietly suspended in the starry sky, like a gray cotton swab ball, revealing the thick breath of death. But the master of Diwu Shrine knows that this place, named one of the 9 taboos, named Death Star Field, is one of the strongest races in the universe, the entrance to the dragon race. Rarely the dragons were born, so few people know where the dragons' habitats are, and the owner of the Diwu Temple happens to be one of the people who knows where the dragons are. The Dragon Clan has already formed its own realm, and the only entrance to the Dragon Clan is this Dead Star Field. In this Dead Star Field, there is a congenital death that is deadly to the Supreme. If there is no dragon token, or if the dragon person invites himself, otherwise, even the Supreme enters, it will be lost under the erosion of the chaotic innate death. To die, this black feather, come to meet the dragons and talk about important things. The master of the Diwu Shrine stepped in the void and stared tightly at this dead star field. Xin Sheng said, even if it is him, in the face of this dragon race that has been the peak race since ancient times, he does not dare to have the slightest intention. After a while, rumble. The dead star field, like a gray lead cloud, made a loud muffle. The next moment I saw a faint yellow light, which was sprayed out of this dead star field, and drove away the endless thunder nebula and the innate death of chaos, forming a passageway that was sufficient for people to pass through. Kuroa, my lord, please. A low sound of indifference, unlike human beings, came from this dead star field. Thank you, Dragon King. The master of Diwu Shrine smiled slightly and immediately stepped on it, and suddenly appeared on the channel made by Huangguang, stepping into the dead star domain step by step. Rumble. After a while, the master of the Diwu Temple disappeared, and the faint yellow light disappeared, and the gray nebula and thunder continued to diffuse again, covering it. Inside the Temple of Life, With the order of Supreme, after the return of all the disciples in Shinkong Ancient Road, the atmosphere of the whole life shrine gradually became dignified and severe. Everyone knows that for the Temple of Life, a great war is coming. At this moment, no one dared to relax. All of them hurry up time, quickly enlighten and practice. Jian Wushuang and cold as frost haven't been kept warm for a long time, and they have also declared a retreat. Although Lung Rushwang's heart was reluctant, he also knew that the overall situation was the most important. Only by constantly improving his strength could he keep up with the pace of the sword unparalleled. In an instant, 10 years passed. Inside a cabin, the sword sat cross-legged, closed his eyes slightly, and quietly combed his strength. Now he has completely stabilized in the ultimate realm. Whether it is the strength of the divine power or the fusion of the 9 rules, he has reached the top realm of the ultimate master. However, the next question is what to do next. Jian Wushuang understood in his heart that now he wants to break into the supreme realm. There is almost no possibility, the only thing that can improve his strength in a short time. Only to understand the magical power, make the power of magical power one more step. Perhaps I should try to go out of my way. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. His eyes opened, and there was a gleam in his eyes. So my way, what is it? What is the word? There was a deep thought in Jian Wu's eyes. Tao is a very mysterious word. Throughout the ages, those who stood at the top of the universe have all opened up their own Tao. For example, Tailuo Jinzuan is holding a 3-foot sword and will give up his invincible kendo. Thinking about it, Jian Wushuang felt that he seemed to grasp something, but when he pondered carefully, it was like the moon in the water. He didn't realize anything. Time flows away slowly. Just as Jian Wushuang was immersed in how to comprehend the Tao, the supreme message suddenly sounded in his mind. Sword unparalleled, come quickly to the supreme temple. The tone was full of haste and dignity. Suddenly, there was a cold flash in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and the blood wave supreme circulated to him at this time. There was only one possibility. That is the battle against his sword unparalleled. An entire palace of life is about to begin. Yes. Jian Wushuang returned a message, then stood up, pushed open the door of the chamber, and rushed towards the supreme temple. After a moment, Jian Wushuang came to the supreme temple. The supreme shrine, the supreme gap sits in the first place, the supreme blood wave, the great axe supreme, and the heavenly god, the white tiger supreme, respectively on the sides under the 5 of them. There are several swords in the temple of life. The supreme, who has never seen it before, wanted to come all the way out of the country, and was rushed back only after being summoned by the temple of life. All the supremes present were somewhat dignified, and Jian Wushuang asked them a good sentence, and they only responded with a slight jaw. Well, with the exception of the king of the 9 dragons and the king of the wind, who are still on the ancient road in the sky, now that everyone is here, let's talk about the situation. The expression of Supreme was a little serious. After glancing across Jian Wushuang's face, he slowly said, "The old man just got the exact information. The Taishu Temple, the Great Sun God Kingdom, and the Blood Temple. A total of 5 top forces have joined together to send a fleet to the Temple of my life. 7 days later, will arrive at the gate of my shrine." This remark fell apart, except for Jian Wushuang. The other supremes were expressionless. I think I should have known about it. The sword, unparalleled, his brow could not help but frown slightly. He did not expect that the first one to strike at him was not the Diwu Temple, but these 5 forces. But he didn't say much. All the people present were the mainstays of the Temple of Life, and there was of course a way to come. Supreme Gav continued, This is the first battle in our Shrine of Life. Therefore, we must play the momentum of our shrine. Can you understand? Yes. The audience should be loud. Seeing this, Gab Supreme nodded slightly with satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "This battle is just their temptation. I must wait to destroy the coalition of these 5 forces outside the shrine." 3 days later, You will be levied with your old husband and set foot on the coalition. Huh. A fierce cold mang flashed from the eyes of Supreme Gap. Chapter 40, 321. Starfield far from the Temple of Life. 5 cosmic battleships that swept across the void glowed with icy luster, and the sails transformed into flags were engraved with the names of the 5 major forces, constantly passing through the stars, roaring and galloping fast. They were arrogant and high-profile to the extreme. They pushed and crushed all the way, and did not make any avoidance at all. Some star thieves who were marching in the universe for repairs or roadblocks and saw the 5 space warships, which were shocking, all changed their faces and quickly avoided them. Look, that is the battleship of the Taishu Temple. No, not only the Temple of Two Void, but also the Great Sun God Kingdom, the Blood Heaven Temple, the Qiyang God Kingdom, and the Starry Sword Sect. Where are these 5 forces going? Along the way, the cosmic practitioners who saw this scene from afar were exclaimed in astonishment. Whether it is the Taisien Temple, the Great Sun God Kingdom, the Starry Sword Sect, etc., they're all the top forces in the universe. On weekdays, sitting on the side of the universe, it is rare that such a large battle will run through the universe. Look where they are going is the Temple of Life. Within a short time, the news about the Taishu Temple and other 5 forces united to cut the Temple of Life, spreading at an extremely fast speed. The whole universe is uproaring. For a while, the whole universe was turbulent, and countless people were excited about it. The universe has been calm for too long. Such top-level wars have not been seen for too long or too long. Walk around and rush to the Temple of Life. Numerous people are rushing towards the Temple of Life, holding the lively mind. At the same time, within those 5 space battleships, 5 powerful men exuding a supreme atmosphere were standing on the deck of the middle battleship and discussing in a low voice. You said, "Will I be pressured by the Temple of Life to surrender the Taro Excalibur?" A gentle and youthful man, holding a 3-legged wine glass in his hand. He gently sipped the wine channel in his mouth. He was dressed in a suit of Jinyahua and was born with a handsome appearance, unlike the Supreme of the universe, but more like a handsome son-in-law. But his title in the universe is extremely inconsistent with his appearance. Bloody Hand Slaughter of Qiyang Divine Kingdom. In the hundreds of chaos eras he has broken through, he has destroyed hundreds of star fields, and hundreds of millions of souls died in his hands. In the country of Qiyang God, it is second only to Qiyang God Emperor. Well, the Palace of Life seems to be powerful, but it is only supported by the Supreme Lord Gap. In the war that year, the owner of the Palace of Life disappeared, and the palace was seriously injured. If it was not for the adult to rescue him, afraid that GV also has fallen, another old man, wearing a gossip robe, holding a duster in his hand, said sneer. It is reasonable to say that this dress should look like a fairy, but the old man has a raw, triangular eye-hump nose and a sharp-billed monkey cheek, which makes people unhappy at first glance. However, he also has an extraordinary origin. He is a knight of the great god of the kingdom of God. He has a status of more than one person in the country of the great god. Even the young emperor of the great kingdom of God who has fallen has seen him. Give a respectful title to the teacher. I saw him glancing at the other 4 supremes and continued. Today's Shrine of Life is like the bubble that looks gorgeous, but when it is touched, I don't believe it. The Supreme Lord Gava dares to go all out and let the whole situation of life shrine be ignored. Furthermore, Your Majesty sent me here to slay the Temple of Life, and it is the second to the Terra Excalibur. The main thing is to bring the sword Wushuang back to the kingdom of God, accept the punishment of the heavens, and have respected the Emperor Shaoxi in the spirit of heaven. After he had finished speaking, another middle-aged man in cloth, with 2 bushy eyebrows, said Xinsheng, "Yes, this time on behalf of Jianzong's crusade against life. This time, I don't really want to be the enemy of life, but I just want to conquer the Taro Excalibur. Presumably, The Supreme Lord Gap will not do it for a Taro Excalibur. Wait for me and let go." The other two Supremes did not speak, but their faces were extremely gloomy. One of them is impressively the master of the 7th temple of the Taishu Temple, Jiokuin, a bald old man with a skinny skin. And the last one is one of the right and left guardians of the Blood Temple, the right guardian Pluto. Well, as long as I wait quietly, then is the Temple of Life conscious. The gentle young man who started talking looked up and drank the sake in his hands. His eyes narrowed like foxes, and there was a flash of playfulness. "Speaking of special life, I haven't killed it yet. Time flies. Huh. 5 space warships swept across the air, setting off countless winds. Prompted by the joint efforts of the 5 supreme powers, these 5 top-ranked space battleships broke out at a speed much faster than the speed of light. In a short time, they have reached the edge of the Shrine of Life, even the heavily arrayed method. The wrapped gate of the Life Shrine Palace is all at a glance. Huh. The 5 battleships stopped. The 5 Supremes stepped down from the battleship, stepped on the starry sky, stared at each other, and there was a flash of cruelty in their eyes. The next moment, they spoke at the same time. "Taiko Shrine Special Envoy, come to visit the Temple of Life." "Special envoys from the great Sun God Kingdom, come to visit the Shrine of Life." "Shinkong Jianzong Special Envoy, come to visit the Temple of Life." "Blood Temple Special Envoy, come to visit the Temple of Life." 5 low voices, and at the same time explode outside the Temple of Life. Suddenly the sky was shaking. Countless people who came to watch the war deliberately saw a burst of excitement on their faces. They know that the battle between the top powers, which begins with sword warriors, is about to begin. Temple of Life, Supreme Temple. The Supreme was sitting in the first place, and the other great Supremes stood under him. Jian Wushuang, in a black robe, carrying the Taro Excalibur, is also here. Hearing the sound of a blast outside the shrine, everyone had a cold flash in his eyes. "All of you, with today's battle, will lay the foundation of my life temple." Gab Supreme was expressionless and slowly rose from his seat. Suddenly, a terror that crushed the universe forever and deterred the floods of the heavens and the earth circulated around the Supreme Lord of Gap. It seems that there is a monster that has been sleeping for millions of years and is waking up. Yes, Blood Wave Supreme, Jian Wushuang, and others should be astonished that there is no timidity in their eyes. This battle they are not afraid. Even outside the Supreme Temple, those ordinary life, shrine disciples, are not afraid. Nothing more than a battle. Let's go. Gava Supreme nodded, stepped down from his seat, and walked towards the Temple of Life. The 4 Chief Supremes, such as the Blood Wave Supreme and the Giant Axe Supreme, are slightly behind half of Gap Supreme. Behind it, there are other ordinary Supremes of the Palace of Life. In the last place, there is Jian Wushuang. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. Chapter 40, 3:22. When Gab Supreme led the 5 Chief Supremes, Jian Wushuang, and more than a dozen ordinary Supremes out of the Palace of Life, many disciples of the Palace of Life were already waiting outside. They looked so stern and stood upright, they all shook their hands at the same time. "I wait. I wish you, Supreme Master. The victory is triumphant, and triumphant return." Their voices converged, forming a huge sound wave boiling against the sky, straight into the clouds, shaking the sky of the whole life shrine. In their expressions, there was no shrinking timidity, only extremely firm. Seeing this scene, Gava Supreme flashed a warmth in his heart. These people will be the mainstay of the Temple of Life in the future. However, there was not much expression on his face, and he just nodded slightly in response. Jian Wushuang is mixed with many Supremes, and his face is slightly smiled. This time, because of him, the Temple of Life has attracted joint forces from all parties in the universe. If it is placed in some ordinary immortal inheritance gates, It has long attracted resentment and blame from its disciples. This scene did not happen. Everyone is unwaveringly supportive of Jian Wushuang, and many supreme guards against the storm. This is all thanks to the system of the Life Shrine. Although silent, it is like a big family, bringing together many special lives wandering in the universe, supporting each other for growth and prosperity. Moreover, Jian Wushuang also saw among the many disciples of Life Shrines that he had been dominated by the magic wind that had been on the riverside of Wudao and had festivals with him. I haven't seen it for tens of thousands of years. The Lord of the Demon Wind has also broken through to the ultimate domination. At this moment, his edges and corners have been smoothed a lot. Looking at Jian Wushuang's eyes, he is also unswervingly supportive. This is the shrine of life that guards me, and I am willing to pay for my life. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. They didn't stay too much, so they walked towards the gate of the palace again. There, Yen Shan Supreme turned the mountain, condensed into an adult face, and said with a serious expression, "Gap, blood, I will guard the shrine." Click and wipe. The next moment, the gate of the Temple of Life opened. Gava Supreme walked in the first place, and the others followed behind, walking towards the starry sky step by step. There, 5 space battleships were quietly suspended, squeezing across the void, and standing in front of the gate of the shrine. 5 Supreme Masters stood with their hands, each standing on the battleship of their respective forces, sneerily looking at Gaffa Supreme and others who came towards them. It's a great battle, and the Supreme of the Temple of Life is almost all out. The pupil of the great sun god kingdom shrank, his face shuddered and then sneered, and the gentle man with a gentle appearance, such as jade, glanced from the faces of many Supremes, and there was a touch of greed in his eyes. He felt that the supremacy of this group of special lives was extremely strong, and if he could devour himself, cultivation would definitely increase. "Excuse me, what's the matter at my shrine?" Gav, Supreme expression indifferent, and spoke lightly. The 5 Supreme Masters looked at each other, and to be honest, facing this many Supreme Masters headed by Supreme Lord Gave, anyone would be a little bit guilty. If it was weekdays, they would already greet the seniors with fear. But today is different. They represent not only themselves, but the top 5 forces behind them. They are confident that under the pressure exerted by these 5 forces together, even if they are the supreme ones, they must weigh their hearts. I saw the mung-bean eyes of the great sun god kingdom turn slightly, then stepped out, and his chest was raised and said, "Extreme Gav, you are our predecessor. We dare not offend when we come to the shrine. We are here today for one thing. That is to hand over Jian Wushuang and Taro Excalibur." Speaking of the front, the tone of this teacher is quite respectful, but when it comes to the back, the tone suddenly turns cold, full of forest cold. Yes, the Taro Excalibur is a cosmic weapon. How could it be held by a master? The middle-aged man of the starry sky, sword sect, stepped out and stared at Jian Wushuang tightly. Boom! The 2 shocking swords shot from the eyes of the middle-aged man, as if condensed into a substance, forming a huge, sharp pressure toward the sword without double pressure. Jian Wushuang saw a cold hum, and knew in his heart that this time the 5 major forces cut the Temple of Life together, taking him as a breakthrough, and this man from the Starry Sword sect wanted to give him power. This look seems unusual, but it is actually the middle-aged man's kendo origin. Once Jian Wushuang was pressed under him, Jian Wushuang's sword heart will inevitably leave a shadow. However, compared to kendo, Jian Wushuang admits that he has not lost anyone. Jian Wushuang stepped out 1 step, without any fear, and shot his gaze towards the middle-aged man of the starry sky. The 4th source of kendo was triggered by him for the first time. 2 swords were shot along Jian Wushuang's eyes, and they hit the eyes of the starry Jianzong, middle-aged man straight. As if the tip of a needle was against my mang, 2 lightnings that tore the night sky, collided fiercely, sparking a spark. Jian Wushuang's two sword intentions did not fall in the slightest. But there was a faint axe to kill the dragon, and the middle-aged man's sword intention was slightly depressed. The thief is so courageous. The middle-aged man's face suddenly became extremely furious. He didn't expect that he was dear to the divine, supreme divine realm, but was actually depressed by Jian Wushuang in Kendo comprehension. If you don't kill this child this time, I'm afraid it will become a serious problem in the future. Just when he couldn't help but want to have another attack, he saw the gentleman of Qiyang God Kingdom raised his hand and pressed his hand, signaled him to be quiet, and then looked at Supreme Gab, smiling, and said, "You are a predecessor, someone who has contributed to that catastrophe. If it were impossible, I would not come together. My God Lord of the Qiyang Divine Kingdom, this time sending the juniors to the Temple of Life has no other meaning. As long as you are willing to surrender Jian Wushuang and Tai Luo Divine Swords, the juniors will retreat themselves, and you can even make a promise. Do NT commit a shrine. Fix everything." Having said that, he stopped talking and paused until he laughed. "Of course, if you don't want Senior Gav, no one in the world can force you. Younger people don't have this ability. But, My Majesty the King, you also know that you always have a bad temper, and you can't rub a bit of sand in your eyes. If you say something, you must do it. At that time, what will be the consequences? The younger generation will not say much. The tone of this speech is mild, but in fact it is a hidden needle, which means murder and is full of threats." When this sentence came to an end, the supremacy of the other four major powers all stroked their beards, apparently with the same intention. Gafu Supreme heard the words, his eyelids lifted slightly, and he looked at him with a smile. "Qianyi, are you threatening the old man?" Chapter 43, 23. Threat? Juniors are naturally afraid. The gentle youth calling Qian Qian slightly arched his hands, then raised his head, staring directly at Gafu Supreme. The junior is just telling the truth. Supreme Gav nodded, glanced at the others, and asked gently, "You mean the same thing?" "Yes, if you are helpless, my great Japanese kingdom will never be opposed to the shrine." Dari Shen fluttered his hands to dust. Yin said, "The Pluto, the right guardian of the Blood Temple, who did not say a word from beginning to end, said coldly, 'Let's stop talking nonsense. Gafu, I came by the order of the Lord of the Palace. As long as Tai Luo Divine Sword and Sword Warrior, even if the two pick up one, I will turn around and leave and never blame it." The middle-aged man of the Shinkong Jianzong also said in a deep voice, "Gaifu Supreme, presumably you also know that our Lord Wu Jianxian was one of the princes of Tai Luo Jianzun at that time. Now, Tai Luo Jianzong has passed away. Excalibur naturally belongs to my Starry Sword sect." One after another, soft or hard answers. In short, it is to persecute Gab Supreme, to surrender Jian Wushuang and Tai Luo Excalibur. When Gab Supreme heard the words, a faint smile burst into the corner of his mouth, and his dim eyes narrowed. "Do you think that the old man was seriously injured in that catastrophe that year, so you have decided that the old man will take care of the overall situation, and in order to protect the Temple of Life, he will hand over the Taro Excalibur and the sword unparalleled?" As soon as this remark came to an end, the five great powers present were slightly changed, and as Supreme Gab said, they really had the intention. Although Gab Supreme is strong, he has already been seriously injured and is about to die. It is just a tiger with a tooth pulled out. It is because of these considerations that they dare to join forces to overwhelm the Palace of Life. Do you think that the old man's recuperation for so many years has long worn away his blood and is unwilling to be an enemy? The voice fell, and Mori Han's cold killing intention spread around the center of Gafu Supreme. All of a sudden, the five Supremes changed their faces. They only remembered at this time that the Supreme Lord Gab standing in front of them in the battle of the catastrophe of that year, but the knives who have countless extreme gods. Suddenly, they stared at each other with a faint retreat in their hearts. "Gaifu, Do you have to risk the world and fight for the sake of being a sword invincible? Only Pluto, the right guardian of the Blood Temple, asked coldly. Gafu Supreme heard a sigh of relief and spit out only one word. Kill. Huh. Suddenly the words fell. I saw the 4 chief executives standing behind him, all laughing and rising into the sky. At the time of the Holocaust War, I couldn't escape from the world. Only my life shrine fought in all directions. Now, dare to threaten my shrine? A sneer from the Heavenly Supreme. A golden bow of God appeared in his hand. At the next moment, I saw the 10 fingers of the Celestial Supreme resting on the arrow string, and pulled it back slightly. A scarlet-lined arrow was automatically placed on the arrow string. Immediately afterwards, he saw Tenma Supreme release his 5 fingers, and the scarlet arrow suddenly blasted out like a cannonball, directly breaking the void and blasting towards the great sun god, Kingdom Master. Damn! The guru's face suddenly became extremely furious. He didn't expect that this life shrine, which always seeks for peace, was so violent for the sword unparalleled that it would hurt the killer without a word. I saw him waving his right hand, and the brush in his hand immediately brushed out Dao Xianhui, welcoming the scarlet arrow that shot towards him. A shocking explosion came out. On the other side, the giant axe divine body instantly swelled, turning into an ancient giant with a huge height, holding the heavenly axe, stepping down 1 step, directly across 1,000 miles, and splitting towards the right heaven of the Blood Heaven Temple. I want to take away the sword, unparalleled. First, ask the axe in this hand. A sharp axe light, carrying the terrible dark yellow air, fiercely slashed at Pluto's head. The Pluto was not afraid when he saw this, and a humming sound was heard in his mouth. A black iron chain appeared under his right hand, and he flung it down suddenly, like a python swallowing the sun, and drew toward the Axe Supreme. On the side of the White Tiger Supreme, I saw him leaping into the sky, arrogant, and the sound of terror spread out in circles. His Majesty's sharp gold and white tiger opened his huge mouth, and countless red thunders gathered in his mouth, turning into a storm of extinction towards the 7th temple owner of the Taishu Temple and the skinny, bald old man in a monk robe. Kuan-Hong goes. Supreme King's face sank, his eyes twinkled, and he didn't dare to relax in any way. The right side of his hand was torn, and the void beside him was torn directly. Immediately he saw him grabbing a hand from the void and grabbing a black magic knife. Buddha does not hold a knife, but a knife becomes a demon. Kill! A hoarse voice came out of his mouth, and when he stepped on it, he suddenly turned into a black mang and sprinted towards the White Tiger Supreme. There are many more ordinary Supremes who have rushed out to block this void and cut off their back road. The sword unparalleled. It is the middle-aged man who looked at the Starry Sky sect under the light of a change of eyes. Although this person is more powerful than me, my understanding in Kendo is almost the same as mine. Just try this person. If I do and use the Taro Excalibur, where is the limit? Jian Wushuang made his mind, then stepped on the foot the black robe rolled, and suddenly turned into a black horizontal thunder between heaven and earth. Step by step faster, step by step, towards the middle-aged man of the starry sword. Sprint away! Wu Weeping Sword appeared in his hands. Speaking of which, he lost against the Black Hawk Supreme, for a large part of the reason, because of the extermination spear in the hands of the Black Hawk Supreme. So he had no choice but to sacrifice the Taro Excalibur and kill the Black Hawk Supreme. The second beheaded Supreme did not give him the opportunity to deter a war at all, and could only use the Taro Excalibur. Therefore, until now, Jian Wushuang did not know what his true strength was, and what he had reached. This sword is unparalleled. How dare you come to kill me? The middle-aged man of that Starry Sky sect saw the situation, can't help but laugh for a while. Jian Wushuang, since you are looking for your own way, don't blame me for being rude. The middle-aged man sneered, and there was a killer in his eyes, and a pure white Excalibur appeared in his hands. Jian Wushuang, you die! The middle-aged man stepped hard and suddenly turned into a sharp white man, splitting towards the sword unparalleled. Next moment, the two were black and white, and they collided fiercely. An astounding sword gasp burst out, staring at the stars and swooping in all directions. Chapter 43:24. I saw that in the universe, one black, one white, and two sword-bearing figures were like a comet crashing into the earth. They collided with each other at a very fast speed, agitating endless sword energy. The Wu-crying Excalibur with no hands and the sword split on the snow-white Excalibur in the hands of the middle-aged man from the same diagonal, drawing a long string of sparks. Not broken. Is the rule extreme treasure? The middle-aged man shrank his pupils a little. You should know that the white knife sword in his hand is the ultimate treasure of the laws of chaos. He has bred dozens of chaos ages. After the weapon collided with him, he remained safe and sound. The sword is a good sword, but unfortunately people can't match it. It's wasted. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, but he didn't care. He swiped his right hand out fiercely, and the endless divine power poured out instantly, and he flung the sword unparalleled. Wow! Jian Wu's stature receded dozens of feet backwards, his legs in the starry sky, passing through two white marks. It is truly supreme, and it is really strong. Jian Wushuang raised his head, panting slightly, and secretly said, "The difference between me and this ordinary supreme is the quality of divine power. The supreme divine power unique to the supreme is far beyond ordinary divine power. It is also supreme, relying on the dependence of the universe." After thinking for a while, Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and he sighed coldly. Since the qualitative gap cannot be surpassed, use the amount to make up. Suddenly, a majestic power reached the extreme, gathered in the hands of Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang firmly stabilized the ultimate dominating realm, the strength of the divine power has suddenly reached nearly 30,000 times. Again, Jian Wushuang's black hair flew, and when he stepped, he rushed towards the middle-aged man again. "Open the sky!" Wu weeping sword trembled tens of thousands of times instantly, sending out a burst of devil crying, the voice of the Buddha chanting. The sword was cut out immediately, and it was cut off towards the middle-aged man like a shocking dragon. This sword, Amami, is to the extreme. Boy is daring. The middle-aged man smiled angrily and stepped forward. The white sword in his hand stabbed towards the sword without a pair. In the hands of the two, the Excalibur was added again. Before the middle-aged man split the sword Wushuang, he saw that Jian Wushuang had suddenly changed his tactics and once again sneered, "Cut the star!" In an instant, thousands of energies condensed in the sword without hands, turned into a shocking sword rainbow that was nearly 5,000 feet long, and split again. This sword has a hint of Tao ? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed for a moment, and the two shenmengs in his eyes soared again. This sun is the ultimate dominating realm. He has realized the level of the Tao, and in one move and one style, he is full of mysterious and obscure feelings. This child is so talented that it is rare in all ages. If it is not removed today, I am afraid that it will be the second Taro Sword Lord. Thoughts flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man, and then he said in a deep voice, "Swordsmanship, Xingha." The words fell, and I saw by this sword in his hand slamming up, a dazzling galaxy, rolling out from the void, and slamming into the silver sword rainbow of Jian Wushuang. This sword is like the overthrow of the heavens and the earth. The galaxy rolls back. The power is terrifying. Countless sharp white swords, turned into swallowing dragons, crisscrossing the world, facing the silver sword rainbow of nearly 5,000 feet, circled and rolled away, just like a large python. The bright galaxy is directly entangled with nearly 5,000 feet of silver sword rainbow. Then, Xinghe Jianqi suddenly broke out. Click and wipe. Suddenly, the silver sword rainbow of nearly 5,000 feet shattered. Is this the sword art of the Starry Sword sect? Jian Wushuang looked up like the sky that hung for 9 days, and the volume of Xinghe turned from the sword's gas was a look of wonder. This Xinghe Jianzong deserves to be known as the top force in the universe with a sword, and this sword is nearing perfection from any angle, which is not comparable to him. Jian Wushuang, let's die. Just then the middle-aged man leaped and sneered. Sword unparalleled. Remember, whoever killed you, the 3 elder Faxian of Starry Sword sect is also. This sword is called Baiyan. Almost just for an instant, this middle-aged man's previous step is still 100 miles away. The next step has appeared in front of the sword without double-sided. The white sword in his hand turned into a blank, leading the roll of the broken star sword, Rainbow, Dazzling Galaxy, slashing down towards Jian Wushuang. Step forward. Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed slightly. The sharp sword gas, before it fell, already had the appearance of cracks on the surface of his body. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang loosened Wu Weiss Excalibur with his right hand and drank lowly, "Forever night!" Suddenly Wu Weiss Excalibur disappeared, and countless thick black mist poured from the soles of Jian Wu's feet, and then eroded toward the middle-aged man. The previous sword is unparalleled, and it takes some preparation time to use Yongya's sword. But after he broke through the ultimate dominion and found the original heart of Kendo, using Yongya's sword again is almost instantaneous. A muffled noise came out, and then I saw these thick black mists dragging the middle-aged man who was called the 3 Elders' Flying Fairy, and dragged the bright galaxy into the kingdom of the night. The elder Faxian was gone, replaced by a huge black ball exuding coldness, dullness, and stiffness. Next moment, among the black balls, elders of Faxian were angry and roared and roared. I saw the elder Faxian driving Baiji Excalibur, ramming into the black ball, smashing the black ball, roaring. A sharp sword exploded constantly everywhere. Jian Wushuang stared at Yongya Kingdom, and had to say that the supreme strength is really beyond imagination. After Xiaocheng Kingdom became small, even the strongest invincible dominator would fall into it. It's possible to survive, but the 3 elders of Faxian are just the most ordinary supreme. But in just a few breaths of time, they will endanger the kingdom of Yongyi and be about to break this seat. With the erupting roar of the elder Faxian, the kingdom of Yong, he can no longer hold on, peeling off piece by piece. Immediately afterwards, I saw that my whole body became dry, and the hair fell off with a large part of elder Faxian jumping out. He gasped with a big mouth, staring at Jian Wushuang with a gaze on his face, and his face was iron and blue. The sword is unparalleled. This trick, this seat recognizes, is the Supreme Knight, sort of Tai Luo Supreme. Say, Tai Luo Jindian, is it in your hands? Jian Wushuang heard the words. There was no panic on his face, and he nodded and calmly replied, "Yes, Tai Luo Jindian is indeed in my hands. But what about it?" Chapter 43, 25. The elder Faxian stared at Jian Wushuang. For some reason, there was a rush of jealousy in his heart that he had never noticed. He is jealous of Jian Wushuang's talents, and he finally has the power to fight against the Supreme. He was jealous of the sword Wushuang chants, and he was able to get both the Terra Sword Code and the Terra Magic Sword at the same time. This is a cosmic weapon. He was even more jealous that Jian Wushuang could make the Shrine of Life so sheltered and let the half-footed governance Supreme step into the coffin. For him, he was against the forces of the universe. Taking a deep breath, Elder Faxian said coldly, "Sword is unparalleled. You are not qualified to inherit the mantle of Tai Luo, Sword Master. Terra Sword and Terra Sword Code should not belong to you. They should belong to my Starry Sword sect, to my Faxian." The next moment, the elder Faxian patted his right hand, and the white sword was suspended in front of him, and his black hair flew up all over him. Sun Han said. "The sword is unparalleled. On the talent of Kendo, this place admits that it is not as good as you. If you break through the supreme realm, this place will turn around when you see you. Unfortunately, if you are not supreme, you will eventually be ants." Crackling. Suddenly, the elder Fei Xian flicked his fingers in the void. Like a pipa, that white sword of the Excalibur suddenly shook violently. I saw that every time he played, the same white jade flying sword was split into the same white jade flying sword. After 7 consecutive shots, that white jade flying sword had been divided into 7, under the control of the elder Fei Xian. Now, like the 7 rainbows that run through the sky and the moon, they are chopped down towards the sword. Star swordsmanship, the 7 great wild slashes. The distance of 1,000 feet is just around the corner. In just a blink of an eye, these 7 white jade flying swords are like 7 meteors. The sword was unparalleled and did not dare to carelessly. The whole Buddhist divine power was flowing wildly, and the dragon's blood secret technique was directly used to burn the divine power. It was fiercely chopped towards the 7 white jade flying swords. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's breath soared, and he struck one of them with a white jade flying sword. "Come again!" Jian Wushuang gave a loud scream, and the fighting in his eyes broke out, soaring directly into the sky. With each sword he slashed, the sword's chi was horrible, and the turbulent turbulence turned the surroundings into a sea of raging fury that filled the world. When the elder Fei Xian saw this, he sneered at the corners of his mouth, 5 fingertips, as if there were invisible silk threads to control the 7 white jade flying swords. Under the change of fingering, the 7 white jade flying swords' offensive changed abruptly, and no longer opened, it turned into an angle that was tricky and vicious. In time, Jian Wushuang's response became extremely strenuous. Taking advantage of a gap, the elder Fei Xian combined his 5 fingers, and the 7 white jade flying swords suddenly merged into 7, reformed into a white sword, and stabbed in the position of the sword without a pair of chests. Puff! Suddenly, the sword flew backwards without a 2-way flight. The body collapsed in the void, and then continued to reorganize. One sword unparalleled defeat. In the distance, some of the Supreme Palace of Life, who was responsible for blocking the rear path, saw the situation and shook his head slightly. Although Jian Wushuang is stronger, it is still a little younger than the top kendo strong in the universe, such as the elders taking off. There's a gap in the quality of divine power, and the result is hard work, which is unwise. Just when they hesitated to go up, to help the sword unparalleled, the sword Wushuang that quickly flew backwards all the way, but moved backwards suddenly. Soon, a golden light appeared. Fencing dawn. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang disappeared, and between the heavens and the earth there was only one gold thread, as if the Xinjian that tore the endless night shot at the Fei Xian elder in a forward-looking trend. The thunder roared, and the electric light shone. The void was torn directly, breaking open numerous void fragments. Jian Wushuang is shrouded in the fierce golden light, coming across the sun and the moon. This is the second form of Tai Luo Jian Dian, breaking dawn. When the elder Fei Xian saw this, his face changed suddenly, a feeling of palpitations, and he climbed up to his back. For the first time, when he faced the sword unparalleled, a great terror between life and death emerged. Breaking dawn is a sword power that can only be used by the Supreme. How can this be? There were countless fears on his face, and he immediately bit his teeth, and there was a decisive flash in his eyes. You have to come up with a killer. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will become the 3rd Supreme who died under the sword without hands. Immediately, the elder Fijian's eyes flooded with light, and the pupils in his eyes suddenly turned into 2 small swords, slowly opening. I raise Xinghe with my sword. Xinghe sees me like this. Star swordsmanship, star sword, boom. Suddenly, the stars and stars are full of light and masterpieces. Countless channels of power from the deepest part of the stars suddenly rose into the sky. like a meteor, turned into bright stars, rushing towards the elders of Phasian. This sword moves all the stars in the sky. The power of countless stars came from the laser, continually meeting, densely packed, covering the sky and converging in the hands of the elder Phasian. At this moment, the body of the elder Phasian suddenly became transparent and clean, and he was lifted up by the stars as if he had fallen into the center of the vortex and became the master of the stars. "Cut!" Elder Phasian shouted. His expression became a bit distorted. Suddenly, a swordman gathered by the power of countless stars was cut off from the elder Phasian. The void was torn directly by this swordman and turned into a sea of chaos. Numerous sword gas rolled up like a dragon as the sky is rolling in the heavens and the earth, a long column of sword air supporting the sky, and the sky is formed. The towering roars turn the clouds and mists of nearly 10,000 miles into powder. "Huh!" The next moment, a great noise came out. This sword was severely chopped on the dawning golden light, transformed by the sword unparalleled. In a short time, Jian Wu's body shook violently, and the golden daybreak soared light around the whole body, was constantly being abraded and cut. In the end, Jian Wushuang's breaking dawn sword was suddenly broken open, and Jian Wushuang was directly split again. Sword unparalleled, go to death with peace of mind. Elder Fei Xian's eyes were low, and he was condensed by the starry sky. He came down to the world and continued to attack Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stared at Elder Fei Xian closely. His expression was gloomy to the extreme. "Almost there. As long as he is stronger. This elder Phasian is not his opponent. He can truly rely on the power of the Terra Excalibur to truly achieve the sword cutting supreme. It's just a pity that it's a little worse after all." When the sword Wushuang considered whether to lift the seal of the supreme sword of Tai Luo to kill the elder Phasian or escape, a white-haired, indifferent figure suddenly swept from the edge of the sky at a speed far faster than the elder Phasian, stepped in front of the sword without double-sighted. The next moment, I saw the white-haired, indifferent figure slowly raised his hand and grabbed the swordman that was split by the elder Phasian. Chapter 43, 26 Duel. Threatening? Junior naturally wouldn't dare. The gentle-looking young man called Qian Wu cupped his hands before raising his head. He looked straight at Supreme Martial Artist Gai Fu and said, "This junior is merely stating the facts." Supreme Martial Artist Gai Fu nodded his head and swept his gaze across the others. He then asked indifferently, "You guys have the same intention?" "That's right. If we have no choice, the great Sun Divine Kingdom will never make an enemy of the Divine Palace." The Imperial Advisor flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand and said darkly, "The right protector of the Blood Sky Palace, the Dark King, who had not said a word since the beginning, said coldly, 'Cut the crap. Gai Fu, am here on the orders of the Hall Master. I only want the Tarot Divine sword and Jian Wushuang. Even if I pick up one of them, I'll turn around and leave. I'll forget about the past." The middle-aged man from the Starry Sky Sword Sect also said, "Supreme Master Gai Fu, I'm sure you know that our sect master, the Martial Sword Immortal, was one of the cultivation partners of the Tarot Sword Master. Now that the Tarot Sword Master has passed away, the Tarot Divine sword naturally belongs to the Starry Sky Sword Sect." The soft and hard answers came one after another. In short, they were forcing Supreme Master Gai Fu to hand over Jian Wushuang and the Tarot Divine sword. Supreme Martial Artist Gai Fu's lips suddenly curled into an inexplicable smile when he heard this. His turbid eyes narrowed as he said, "Do you think that I'll hand over the Tarot Divine sword and Jian Wushuang to protect the Divine Life Palace because I was seriously injured in the catastrophe?" As soon as he said this, the faces of the supreme beings of the 5 major forces changed slightly. Just as Supreme Master Gai Fu had said, they had indeed planned to do this. Although Supreme Martial Artist Gai Fu was strong, he had long been seriously injured and was on the verge of death. He was just a tiger without its teeth. It was precisely because of this consideration that they dared to join forces and suppress the divine life palace. Do you think that after so many years of recuperating, I've long worn out my bloodlust and am unwilling to make an enemy of others? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold-killing intent spread out from Supreme Martial Artist Gai Fu. In an instant, the 5 great masters' expressions changed drastically. Only now did they remember that Supreme Master Gai Fu, who was standing in front of them, had killed countless Supreme Divine Realm experts during the Great Catastrophe. Instantly, they looked at each other, and a faint feeling of retreat rose in their hearts. Gai Fu, are you going to risk universal condemnation and start a war with our forces for a mere Jian Wushuang? Only the right protector of the Blood Sky Palace, the Dark King, asked coldly. Hearing this, Supreme Martial Artist Gai Fu sighed lightly and only spat out a single word, "Kill!" Bang! The moment he finished speaking, the 4 lead disciples standing behind him all laughed and rushed into the sky. During the Great Catastrophe, all of you hid from the world, and only the Divine Life Palace fought in all directions. Now, you dare to threaten my Divine Palace? Supreme Heavenly Dipper sneered as a golden divine bow appeared in his hand. In the next moment, Supreme Heavenly Dipper placed his fingers on the bowstring and pulled it back gently. Whoosh! A scarlet arrow covered in divine patterns automatically knocked itself onto the bowstring. Whoosh! Supreme Heavenly Dipper then released his fingers, and the scarlet arrow shot out like a cannonball. It broke through the void and shot toward the Imperial Advisor of the Great Sun Divine Kingdom. Damn it! The Imperial Advisor was extremely shocked and angry. He had not expected that the Divine Life Palace, which had always sought peace, would be so violent and kill Jian Wushuang without any hesitation. With a wave of his right hand, the horsetail whisk in his hand instantly emitted rays of immortal radiance, which met the scarlet arrow that was shooting at him. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion was heard. On the other side, Supreme Giant Axe's divine body expanded instantly and turned into an ancient giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall. He held the sky-splitting divine axe and took a step forward. He crossed tens of thousands of miles and hacked down at the right guardian of Blood Sky Palace, the Nether King. If you want to take Jian Wushuang away, you'll have to ask my axe first. A sharp axe light with terrifying black and yellow chi hacked at the Nether King's head. The Nether King wasn't afraid at all. He snorted coldly and flipped his right hand. A black iron chain appeared in his hand, and he gently threw it toward Supreme Giant Axe like a sun-swallowing python. As for the White Tiger Supreme Martial Artist, he leaped into the sky and roared arrogantly. Terrifying sound waves spread out in circles. The sharp metal white tiger under him opened its huge mouth, and countless red lightning gathered in its mouth, turning into a world-destroying storm. It blasted toward the 7th Hall Master of the Great Void Temple, the skinny bald elder in a monk's robe, Jiu Kun. Supreme Jiu Kun's face sank and his eyes flickered. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest. He pulled with his right hand, and the void beside him was torn apart. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed a black, demonic blade. If a Buddha did not wield a saber, he would become a devil with a saber. Kill! A hoarse voice came out from his mouth. He took a step forward and turned into a black light, charging toward the White Tiger ruler. There were even more ordinary supreme martial artists who flew out one after another, sealing off the void and cutting off their escape routes. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered as he looked at the middle-aged man from the Starry Sky Sword sect. Although this person's cultivation is stronger than mine, his comprehension of the way of the sword is almost the same as mine. I can use this person to test my limits if I don't use the Tarot Divine Sword. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. Then he took a step forward and his black robe fluttered. Suddenly, he turned into a black thunderbolt between heaven and earth. Step by step, he sped up and dashed toward the middle-aged man from the Starry Sky Sword sect. The Wuchi Divine Sword appeared in his hand. Speaking of which, A large part of the reason why he couldn't defeat Black Eagle Ruler was because of the god-slaying spear in his hands. Thus, he had no choice but to use the Tarot Divine sword to kill Black Eagle Ruler. As for the second supreme martial artist, he didn't give him a chance to fight in a roundabout way. He could only use the Tarot Divine sword. Therefore, until now, Jian Wushuang still did not know what his real strength was. Jian Wushuang dared to kill me? The middle-aged man from the starry sky, sword, sect, couldn't help but laugh in anger. Jian Wushuang, since you're looking for death, don't blame me for being impolite. The middle-aged man laughed coldly as a murderous look appeared in his eyes. A pure white divine sword appeared in his hand. Jian Wushuang, go to hell! The middle-aged man took a heavy step forward and turned into a sharp white light, slashing toward Jian Wushuang. The next moment, the two, one black and one white, collided together. An earth-shattering sword chi exploded and swept across the starry sky. Chapter 43:27. Jian Wushuang stepped in, stretched out his hands and rubbed his frosty hair and smiled. Stupid girl, just stay in the manor. What are you waiting for? Lung Wushuang silently said nothing, but saw Jian Wushuang was all right, and a bright smile on his face. Well, go back. Jian Wushuang smiled a little, and then talked to them again. After seeing nothing was arranged, he returned to the manor of the sixth mountain with coldness. The palace of life fell into a brief silence. However, it was not quiet for a few days, and the battle at the gate of the life shrine immediately spread out. Suddenly, the whole universe was in an uproar. Countless people were shocked, feeling incredible and unbelievable about what the Palace of Life did. This is too crazy. The Life Shrine that has always been concerned about peace. This time it has such a big action, killing the 5 forces to send messengers. If it doesn't, it's amazing. Who dares to belittle the Shrine of Life now? Well, that Gavo is indeed the man who survived the ancient catastrophe, and he has such great courage that he has been fighting against the top 5 strengths in a row. At this moment, countless people's perceptions of the Temple of Life have completely changed. In their previous cognition, the Temple of Life is a hidden world that does not ask about the world and does not fight for it. But it was not until this war that they suddenly realized. Come, once the Life Shrine is angry, what a horror! Countless people praised it, but others also whispered in secret. This Life Shrine is really trying to find a way out. It's true that if the Palace of Life offends only one side of the force, it doesn't matter. Even if it offends both sides of the power, it can be taken over by virtue of the strength of the Palace of Life. But the Palace of Life offends the 5 parties directly, no doubt. Well, don't forget, too, the Taishu Shrine and the old enemy Diwu Shrine. Carefully calculated, can be more than 5 forces. I think Supreme is also confused for a moment, even made this stupid decision, for sword unparalleled. Regardless of the overall situation, I think that the Palace of Life will soon be destroyed in the hands of Supreme. Although the talent of Sword Wushuang is high, it is not irreplaceable. For example, it has become the Supreme King of 9 calamities. In my opinion, it is no worse than Sword Wushuang. There is absolutely no need to put the Temple of Life in such a place for a Sword Wushuang. At stake, if I am Supreme Gap, I will first hand over Jian Wushuang and Tai Luo Excalibur, and then wait for King Jujia and others to fully grow up, and then try to figure it out. Suddenly, discussions about the Temple of Life came one after another, and rumors began to flow. However, before the storm ended, the Temple of Life once again blew a shocking bomb in the universe. My Life Shrine, declare war on Taishu Temple. My Life Shrine, declare war on the great Sun God Kingdom. My Life Shrine, declare war on the Blood Temple. My Life Shrine, declare war on the Kingdom of Qiyang. My Life Shrine, declare war on Starry Sword Sect. Other forces who want to be enemies with my Life Shrine will also accompany you to the end. On this day, the sound of Gafu Supreme turned into billowing waves, conveying 9 days and 10 places, and shocked the universe. This time, all people are shocked. The Shrine of Life should be 1 enemy and 5. Suddenly, the entire universe was completely crazy. Taishu Temple, the expression of Bingyu extreme, Tai Ching reached the extreme, and anger could not be restrained, and he rushed to the top of his head, making him tremble all over. This time he sent the master of the 7th palace, Jiuquan, as the messenger to the Temple of Life. Although he wanted to put pressure on the Temple of Life and surrender the Taro sword and sword unparalleled, he never thought about going to Life. Shrine Life and Death War. Otherwise, he wouldn't just send a master of the 7th palace, Jiuquan, to the army directly. As a result, he didn't expect that the Temple of Life even killed Kuei-Kun directly, leaving no room for it. It's like slap in the face, fiercely fanned. Okay, declare war on my 2 virtual temple, right? You are not afraid of the Temple of Life. Why have I been too afraid of the temple? The cold mang flickered in the eyes of Bingyu Supreme, and the sound was cold. Come here! Respond to this seat. The battle at the Temple of Life. This seat is due. At the same time, deep in the universe, the great Sun God Kingdom, the great Sun God Emperor who created countless legends, also made a battle of papers out of the palace of the 9 dynasties in response to the battle with the Shrine of Life. Immediately afterwards, the top power Qiyang God Kingdom built in the endless desert, the Blood Tian Temple, which has always been erratic, has been fighting for a while. Except the Starry Sword sect, the other 4 forces all formally issued war books to the Temple of Life, tearing their faces. In a short time, the universe was turbulent and the wind was rising. In the depths of the stars, a palace suspended above 9 days is calm. The palace is peculiar in shape, built like a divine sword, narrow and sharp, quietly suspended. On the plaque of the palace, the 4 large characters of Starry Sword sect are engraved. The notes are sharp, like a silver hook iron painting. Dragons and phoenixes walk around. It makes people feel a sharp sword coming from just a glance. Look straight. Here is the sword master of the Starry Sword sect, Wu Jianxian. Wu Jianxian is a legend in the entire universe. When he was young, he was expelled from the sect by the Starry Sword sect, and has been wandering until he met Tai Luo, Sword Emperor. Kendo has been repaired for thousands of miles and has skyrocketed. Finally, he returns in a kingly posture, dominate the Starry Sword sect, and become the strongest sword master in the history of Starry Sword sect. Wu Jiangxian's legend cannot be said for 3 days and 3 nights, but the most eloquent people are sighing. Wu Jianxian is the only female sword immortal who has swept the world. At this moment, in the main hall of the Starry Sword sect, a glamorous woman in red, with black hair tied up, 2 strands of black hair hanging from her forehead, and a red armor, sitting on a throne. Her eyebrows were cold, and there was no emotional change on her face. There was a faint red mark between her brows. This person is the first sword respect in the world, Wu Jianxian. She was sitting high on a red sandalwood chair. Under her, 8 elders were standing respectfully. Master Sovereign, isn't Mo Feina's life shrine so provocative? Can I wait to hear? An old man with white hair stepped out and said, Yes, the other 4 top powers are now issuing war books to officially declare war on the Temple of Life. Lord Sovereign, if our Star Sword sect does not respond, would it not let the whole cosmic smile? Master Sovereign, at this moment, there must be no woman's love. Another thin man, dressed in black and wearing a bucket hat, said vaguely. Although the other elders did not speak, the determined application on their faces did not indicate that they meant the same thing as the black-clad man. Wu Jiangxian's expression was as plain as water. His eyes slowly swept from the face of the 8 elders, and finally he said, This sovereign has decided that he will not fight with the Temple of Life, so don't waste your lips. After speaking, Wu Jianxian stood up and walked out of the hall. Chapter 43:28. After Wu Jianxian left, there were many whispered discussions in the main hall of the Starry Sword sect. Benevolence is not in power. Although the Lord Sovereign is strong, he is too kind after all and is not decisive enough. That's right, that's the case for women. After all, it's less male. Well, now the Temple of Life has blatantly provoked us, and we ended up silent. Didn't it make the whole universe laugh? Several elders whispered, shaking their heads and sighing and discussing. Among the crowd, the only thin man wearing black, with very thin lips, said nothing. He raised his head to look at Wu Jianxian's back, and a sneer was drawn from the corner of his mouth. Shinkong Jianzong, the Lord's dormitory. Wu Jianxian sat on a bench with her eyes closed, Jian Qing Chan standing behind her, gently rubbing her temples for her. Master, do you have any troubles? Jian Shirqing Chan said quietly. Wu Jianxian opened his eyes when he heard the words, and there was a hint of exhaustion in his eyes, and he said, Qing Chan, you are with me, not an outsider. You say, what does it mean that the elder Ji Chan constantly contradicts the lead singer of this ancestor? Jian Shirqing Chan thought for a moment. A flash of hesitation flashed on his face, and finally bit his teeth. Master Zong, depending on the younger, Elder Jiu Chan doesn't see your woman's home and wants to force the palace to usurp him. After she finished speaking, when she saw Wu Jianxian didn't speak, she continued to say, Master Sovereign, little courage to say something. You don't know, the elder Jiu Chan has been saying in the Zong how you are not. And now, Zong, there are many disciples within you who are very critical of you, waiting for you to show your strength and restore your reputation in the battle against the Temple of Life. Wu Jianxian frowned, heard the words, and waved. Okay, this Lord knows you can step back. Master Sovereign, now it's time to fight against the Shrine of Life. It's your best to increase your reputation. Jian Shirqing Chan wanted to say more, and saw Wu Jianxian let go, and gave her an expressionless look and said, I said just to step down, didn't you hear? When the sword-serving green cicada saw this, her heart suddenly became cold, knowing that she was getting worse, and she quickly lowered her head and said humbly, The Lord, please take a good rest, and the younger will retire. After that, Jian Shirqing Chan left. After she left, there was a moment of silence in the hall. Wu Jianxian stood up from the bench, walked in front of the bar window, and looked down at the unknown place of the starry sky with a hand, and there was a touch of complexity in her eyes. Why didn't she understand what everyone said in the hall today, and what Jian Shirqing Chan said just now? However, there was only one small toad. She didn't take it seriously. Taro! That sword can only get Taro Excalibur and Taro Sword Code. It is also half of your mantra. Wanna come, you must recognize him, right? Wu Jianxian murmured. Inside the Temple of Life, as the Shrine of Life declared war on the 5 major forces, there was a storm in the universe, but in the Shrine of Life there was abnormal peace. Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang didn't get along for a long time, so they started a new round of retreat. Jian Wushuang knows that everything now is just the beginning. Only when he becomes stronger can he protect himself in the face of the next storm. What the is that? Jian Wushuang lowered his head to look at the palm of his hand, where a strip of road converged densely, like a mountain range, rolling over and over, finally converging into a complete palm print. Everyone's palm print is different, so everyone understands the same way. Tao, don't ask, don't hear, don't follow, you can't find. Even if I consult the Supreme of Bloodwave, he can't say one thing. He can only comprehend by himself. The Tao can only be created by yourself. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. He knew that once he truly realized the Tao, it would be his chance to break through the supreme divine realm. After a long time, Jian Wushuang sighed lightly, wanting to comprehend that staying in the Temple of Life and Enlightenment, there is no role at all, only to go out to see the mountains and the sea, watch the tide ebb and flow, east-facing Flint, and experience the cool world. Only 100 human beings have the opportunity to truly understand the Taoism. it seems. It's time to go out for a walk. At the same time, in the far north of the universe, in the Dead Star domain, one of the 9 taboos. Hey! A faint beam of yellow light suddenly penetrated the endless nebula and mist, spreading out from the inside to form a long cosmic passage. Immediately, I saw a terrifying cosmic warship slowly moving out of this dead star field. The shape of this space battleship is extremely horrible. It is actually composed of a keel of dragon bones, like a bone dragon, which traverses the starry sky. 1, 2, 3. 9 bone dragon battleships sail out of the dead stars. They were juxtaposed, and the momentum immediately swept across 9 days and 10 places. In an instant, within 1,000,000 miles, countless bite-eating beasts wandering in the fissures of the void shivered, as if they saw the ancestor of the king, whispered in a low voice, show court service. At this moment, on the deck in the middle of the 9 bone dragon battleships, the master of the Diwu temple, Black Feather, stood side by side with a young man wearing black armor. The evil-looking young man's eyes were faintly golden. On both sides of his skull, 2 rounded and branched antlers were born. His cultivation is much lower than the master of Diwu temple, but the coercion emitted from the inside out is not inferior to the master of Diwu temple. If Jian Wushuang is here, he will recognize that this evil young man is actually the dragon enforcer Longjiu, who used to be in the Shinkong Ancient Road. Longjiu, now the Temple of Life is surrounded by enemies in all directions, which is our best shot. We take this opportunity to kill the Temple of Life unexpectedly. The master of Diwu Temple looked at the dragon law enforcer Longjiu side by side and said with a smile. Longjiu heard no expression and said coldly, "Why do our dragons need to be surprised?" After that, Longjiu waved. "Let's go, the Temple of Life. Rumble." Suddenly, 9 keel warships slowly sailed away from the far north. On this day, a sound like a decree sounded in the starry sky of the entire universe. Xian, the sword of life, Jingu's sword, is unparalleled, and wantonly slays the people of the Wulong tribe and confess his death. The Shrine of Life, as its gate, teaches Wufang and commits the crime of default. He surrenders the sword without a pair of skulls within 3 days, at the same time acknowledges the default to the entire universe, and apologizes to the dragons. If not, after 15 days, the dragons will personally come to the door and set foot on the Temple of Life to serve the purpose. This sound emanated from the Dead Star field in one of the 9 forbidden places in the extreme north of the universe, and then exploded in the starry sky of the entire universe. The entire universe is horrified and horrified. Hundreds of dragons who have not been born in the chaos period are born. Chapter 40, 329. The dragon race is born. This news is like dropping a bomb on a calm lake, and the whole universe is boiling and setting off thousands of waves. The dragon race is one of the most powerful races in the entire universe. It is rumored that at the beginning of the universe, when the world was still chaotic, countless chaotic spirits were interdependent. One of them was particularly overbearing. After devouring countless spirits, it gave birth to spiritual wisdom and shaped the flesh. This is the first dragon in the world, also known as Zulong. The ancestor dragon is the head of the Wanlong. The current dragon family is after the ancestor dragon. If the ancestor dragon had fallen in that catastrophe that year, the current dragons would still be the masters of the universe. Of course, although the ancestor dragons have fallen, they have the 2nd and 3rd generations of dragons, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Their heritage, far from being comparable to some top forces, dragon race, life shrine cannot resist. At the same time, Temple of Life, Supreme Temple, Gav Supreme sat in the first place, expressionless. Several other Supremes stood under him, with extremely ugly expressions. They did not expect that when they declared war on the 5 major forces, the dragons were born at this time, and the goal was directed at Jian Wushuang. The atmosphere fell into a dignity like never before. The word long is like a big mountain, and it is overwhelmingly heavy in the hearts of everyone. Gaifu Supreme, we are not afraid of the 5 forces. We can fight one another. But with a dragon, how should we deal with it? Baihu Supreme said in a deep voice. Even if he had always been violent, at this moment, the warfare in his eyes had disappeared. No one knows how long the Dragon Clan, which has been living for a long time, has been living for thousands of years in the hidden world. The strength of the dragons alone was far from being able to resist in the Shrine of Life that year. Yeah, Lord Gav, once the dragons come to the door, what can we resist in the Temple of Life? Another ordinary face with a long face said. His voice was full of anxiety. Gav Supreme did not speak, but lowered his eyes. His eyes were opaque. Master, Gafu! The dragons were born, and they went to the shrine. Once we deal with it a little carelessly, it will bring us to the Shrine of Life. The long-faced Supreme stepped forward and continued. After speaking, he glanced at the sword Wushuang, standing at the end of the temple, and sighed. Master Gafu, the fate of Jian Wushuang is fate, but the fate of other shrine disciples is also fate. Do you want to put the lives of other thousands of life shrines at risk for one sword? In this sentence, although he didn't point out what it means to cover the Supreme, which one is the dull one present? How can you not hear the meaning of this long-faced Supreme statement? To put it bluntly, there are only 2 ways before the Palace of Life. Or, as the dragon said, kill Jian Wushuang, hand in Jian Wushuang's head, and then apologize openly to the whole universe. Either it is for the sword unparalleled, the negative stubborn resistance. The other Supreme heard all the words in silence, bowed their heads, and said nothing. Even if they have always loved Jian Wushuang. Bloodwave Supreme and Giant Axe Supreme, they opened their mouths to say what they wanted to say, and they were forcibly swallowed again. They love the swords, yes, but they are the chief and supremacy of the Palace of Life, and the whole Palace of Life is on their shoulders. Jian Wushuang stood at the end of the temple and looked at the silent people in the audience, and his heart was determined. He is responsible for everything that is happening now, so he is responsible for it. His sword is unparalleled. He is never a greedy for fear of death. He needs someone else to protect him. Life Shrine has done enough for him. He can't drag the Life Shrine to an endless place because of himself. Extreme Gav, extremism, Chinya said. Yes, hand me over. You can be me in exchange for the safety of the Palace of Life. My sword is unparalleled. Sword stepped out, looked up, and said to Gafu Supreme, Wow. Everyone looked back, looking at Jian Wushuang, and found that Jian Wushuang had a calm expression, clear eyes, and no intention of falsification. The long-faced man who had been called Qing Qing looked supreme, and arched his hand toward Jian Wushuang, sighing softly, Sword Wushuang, don't resent this seat. This seat was just helpless. Jian Wushuang smiled at him, nodded, and gestured to understand. Gav Extreme raised his head slowly. His eyes glanced across the faces of the temple. Even though his state of mind has not changed for many years, there is a wave of waves at this moment. Sword unparalleled. He spoke indifferently in, The sword has no double-arched hands. He knows that it is time for him to die. Do you really want to sacrifice yourself to preserve the Temple of Life? Gafu Supreme raised his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang's face. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded his head in reply. When everyone saw this situation, they all understood that it seemed that Supreme Lord Gap had already made a decision and planned to sacrifice the sword unparalleled. Somehow, when everyone sighed for a long time, they felt inexplicably blocked. Want to come? Jian Wushuang, who was personally executed by his elder Zomin, must be uncomfortable in his heart? Supreme Gap nodded, just about to speak, and saw Supreme bite his teeth, as if he had made a decision, took the lead to say, Extreme Gap! I was personally introduced by Jian Wushuang, and I promised him to protect him for the first time in Chang'an. Now I want to watch him die. Sorry, I can't do it. Taking a deep breath, Supermex went on to say, Extreme Gav, the talent of this seat has come to an end. I'm afraid that he can only come to this step in his life. Basically, there is no possibility of breakthrough, but Sword Unparalleled is the most talented person since the birth of my life shrine. As long as he is there to give him time to grow up, I believe that he will surely push the life shrine to an unprecedented glory. Therefore, this seat is willing to die for Sword Wushuang. As soon as the sentence came out, the audience was moved. They did not expect that the Supreme Master of Blood would take Jian Wushuang to this point. Only the great Axe Supreme knows Bloodwave Supreme has never received any disciples since his lifetime, and he has long seen Sword Unparalleled in his heart. Supreme Blood, Jian Wushuang's heart was moved for a while. His nose was sour. His sword is unparalleled. How can he make a top and Supreme Grand willing to die for him? Just then, Gab Supreme suddenly said, "When did the old man say, 'Let Jian Wushuang die'?" As soon as this remark was made, everyone in the audience couldn't help looking at each other and wondering, what does this mean? Chapter 40, 330. Looking at the doubtful eyes of everyone, Gafu Supreme said slowly, "Since the palace of our life has been established by the Lord of the Palace, the disciples in the palace can fight to death. If today we will execute the sword without a pair of swords, if we encounter this kind of thing again in the future, do we have to execute other disciples to please other forces to protect the temple?" As soon as this remark came out, everyone was in the heart. "Master Gafu, you are right. If not, who of us wants to see Jian Wushuang die?" The Qingying Supreme raised his head and looked at Gafu Supreme. At the same time, he sighed in his heart, since he didn't want to be a wicked. Then he would let him be the wicked. Gavo gave him a glance and said, "When did I say this? Is there no way?" After speaking, Gafu Supreme turned his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang. Shin said, "Jian Wushuang, you listen well. From today on, you are no longer a disciple of my life. This seat deprives you of your status as a disciple of the Palace of Life. You are only allowed to leave the Palace of Life today. You must not stay. You understand?" When it comes to the last sentence, Supreme Gav has already used a bit of power, like Huang Zhongda Lu ringing, deafening feedback. The words came as a shock. Gov Supreme, I. Jian Wushuang's expression flickered, and he was about to speak. Seeing that Gafu Supreme's face sank, he scolded, "Don't you understand the words of this seat? From now on, you will no longer be a disciple of my life, and leave quickly." Looking at the cold and scowling expression of Gafu Supreme, Jian Wushuang's heart swayed for a while, and a warmth surged in his heart. He was not a fool, and what he meant by Supreme Gav he knew well. However, once they leave, will the dragons really easily let go of the Temple of Life? "Go out." Gav Supreme shook his sleeves, a soft but powerful force, waved out, knocking the sword Wushuang from the Supreme Temple. Jian Wushuang hit the ground outside the temple fiercely. He struggled to stand up from the ground. His eyes turned to the Supreme Temple. His fists clenched involuntarily, and his nails fell deeply into the flesh. The next moment, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, resolutely turned, and swept away towards the sixth mountain. Inside the Supreme Temple, after Jian Wushuang left, the hall became silent. Everyone didn't speak, but the blood was supreme and a smile appeared in his heart. Just leave, just leave. Extreme Gav, Jian Wushuang is gone. Then what shall we do? Qing Supreme took a deep breath, Shin said. Gav Supreme's severe expression had been alleviated. He glanced at Qing supremely and said calmly, "Qing Yan, it seems that after so many years of rest and recuperation, you have already worn away your blood. Only then did you just hear the word dragon, and you were frightened." Gov Supreme, I. Qing Supreme heard the words. His face suddenly changed slightly, and when he was about to speak, he saw that Gawaf waved his hand. Well, no need to say any more. Although the dragon race is strong, what about it? Now, Jian Wushuang is not a disciple of my life shrine and has been expelled. If the dragon race wants to find trouble for him, he will go to the universe to find him. And my life, what does the palace have to do? Moreover, Gavri glanced over everyone's face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. There was a sharp sense of sharpness on that old mottled face. The Lord of the Palace disappeared that year. Do you really think that the Lord of the Lord did not leave a few moves after the move? The words fell. Everyone in the room was shocked. Everyone said no more. The sixth mountain, the manor where Jian Wushuang is located. Jian Wushuang stepped heavily into the compartment. Fu Jun, are you okay? Lung Rushuang seemed to have heard any news. When Jian Wushuang walked in, he quickly got up and asked anxiously, "I'm fine." Jian Wushuang shook his head, then took a deep breath and said, "Frosty, pack up and we leave here." "It is good." Lung Rushuang did not ask why she was in a hurry to leave. She has always been this character. As long as Jian Wushuang made the decision, she would not ask more. After a moment, Jian Wushuang put the cold as frost into the Fengshan monument and was going to leave. Walking in front of the gate of the Temple of Life, Jian Wushuang looked back. In the Temple of Life, many disciples looked at him with complex eyes, and their emotions were difficult to understand. "I will definitely come back, definitely." Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and there was a determination in his eyes. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to leave, suddenly, a stream of light burst towards him. The streamer fell, revealing the bloodshot supreme figure. He came to see him off. Extreme blood in the hall today. Jian Wushuang arched his hand at him. After waiting for Jian Wushuang to finish, Sun Bo Sun waved his hand and smiled slightly. "You and me, no need to say this." After a moment of pause, Bloodwave Supreme said, "Jian Wushuang, if you go by this way, you are afraid of the dangerous frontier. You must be extremely careful. It is best to change your name and change your appearance." Jian Wushuang heard the words, nodded, and said, "I understand." Bloodwave Supreme said, turned over with his right hand, took out a scarlet jade card, and said, "Jian Wushuang, this jade card has my 3-strike power. Please carefully close it. Ruo. If you really encounter a life and death crisis, the 3-strike force in this jade brand wants to save your life." Jian Wushuang is not an arrogant person, and when Yen took down this jade card and nodded hard toward the Supreme of Blood, "All words of thanks, no need to say more, are in my heart." Seeing a slight smile, Bloodwave Supreme continued and said, "Take care of yourself when you go. By the way, Supreme Lord gave me a message for you. No matter what, your sword Wushuang will always be a disciple of my life." After a moment of pause, Bloodwave Supreme laughed. "There are 9 kings of calamity. Let me also tell you, don't die. He is waiting for you at the universe race. He also wants to try. Dragon slay is what a taste." Jian Wushuang heard the words. His heart was moved for a while, and a lot of pride was poured out. "Extreme blood, rest assured, I will not die. Okay, that sword is unparalleled. We will meet again in the future." Bloodwave Supreme patted Jian Wushuang's shoulder farewell to Jian Wushuang. "Then I'm gone. Supreme Blood, you take care." The sword Wushuang strode away. He took the cold as frost, turned into a streamer, blasted towards the vast starry sky far away. "I went today, regardless of the deadline, no matter the way back. He will be alone again, facing the sea of stars. Far away, the Temple of Life has turned into a small black spot, thousands of miles away." Jian Wushuang turned his head, took a deep look at the Palace of Life and Supreme Blood, and said in a silent voice, "Meet again." Chapter 40, 331. In the vast sky, a cosmic boat is quickly leaving the center. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the universe, looking through the black light mirror, watching the spacecraft constantly moving from bustling to deserted. The previous spacecraft, Jian Wushuang, is no longer in use. This spacecraft was obtained from the ring of Qin after he did not know who was killed when he was on the ancient road of the starry sky. Frost, the 5 planets are in front. Let's rest there, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Sitting as cold as frost, he nodded after hearing the words and said, "Okay." The 5 planetary domains, among the universe of thousands of star domains, can only be regarded as a very ordinary star domain, and the person with the highest strength in the star domain is just the ultimate dominator. Jian Wushuang fled this way, choosing mostly star fields like the 5 planetary domains. A few hours later, a pale blue sea of stars appeared in front of the sword without double sides, which was the 5 planetary domain. Arrived! Jian Wushuang stopped the spacecraft, and with a big wave of his hand, his appearance changed a little. I saw that he had a round beard on his handsome and cold face. His eyes became a little deeper, and his face became a bit more square. Although there were not many changes in the facial features, whoever stood at this moment in front of him, it is absolutely impossible to recognize the slightly rough client in front of him as a sword unparalleled. It's not over yet. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and he saw that his relatively thin figure had grown taller as well. At first glance, whereas the half-shadow of Jian Wushuang before, it is clearly a cosmic wave rover who has walked the universe for many years. Fu Jun, you can't even recognize me in this dress. Lung Rushuang glanced at Jian Wushuang, covering his mouth and urging a narrow smile. Jian Wushuang heard a cold, frosty look and said, "This journey is extremely dangerous, so we must cover it up." Lung Rushuang heard a sneer and smirked. His right hand also waved, and his appearance suddenly changed. I saw a few fine lines on her original beautiful face. The purple fringed dress on her body was also transformed into a red dress, with a sharp chin and a strong Joan nose. The indignant air that can't eat the fireworks on the earth has a little more heroic female spirit. The two stood together, and it was like a couple marching together in the universe. The sword was unparalleled and nodded with satisfaction. He waved his right hand, closed the spacecraft, twisted his neck, and walked towards the 5 planetary field as cold as frost. The largest city in the 5 planetary domain is named Wuxingcheng, named after the 5-element Shinzong, the strongest force in the 5 planetary domain. There are 4 major families under it, which are jointly responsible for the 5 elements. Jian Wushuang put the Wu weapon sword into the ring of Qian. After the Tai Luo divine sword was covered with the supreme seal, the seal was more effective than the Shin divine seal. No breath was revealed at all. For the sake of insurance, Jian Wushuang was again in Tai. There is a layer of rust on the sword of Luo Xinjian. No one can see it at this moment. This iron sword with an ordinary and rusty texture will be the Taro sword that has set off a rain in the universe recently. Jian Wushuang wore a large black robe, hid the Tai Luo Excalibur under the black robe, and walked into the 5 elements city step by step as cold as frost. The guardian soldiers of the 5-element city are 2 monks who have entered the first level to dominate the realm. When they saw Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang coming, they suddenly stopped with the halberds in their hands and asked expressionlessly, 2 people, newcomers to the 5-element city, all need to register their identity information. May I ask how the 2 names are? Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang heard the words, looked at each other, and then faintly replied, "The sword is not abandoned, and the 2nd series dominates." Ling Ruqing, the 1st level dominates. After the 2 have spoken, they will suppress the cultivation to the 2nd and 1st series to dominate the realm, exhaling breath. After hearing the words, the 2 defending soldiers nodded, and after slightly sensing the breath of Jian Wushuang and the coldness, they registered the name and let it go. There were no twists and turns. Jian Wushuang is now re-entering the universe. Naturally, he can no longer use the original name. Even the blood sword and swordsman he used, naturally he will no longer use it for the sake of insurance. As cold as frost as his wife, in order to avoid people searching for swords and swords, He also used a pseudonym. In the five-element city, it is quite lively. After all, it is not too far away from the prosperous area of the universe. The streets in the city are crowded with people and bustle. Divine power is transformed into divine knowledge, spreading out overwhelmingly, covering the entire 5-planetary domain. Under his induction, the strongest in the 5 planetary domains are just a few top ultimate dominators. Most of them are, as he showed, most of the 1st to 5th dominated. Quietly withdrawing the divine power, Jian Wushuang lowered his head, pulled the wide black robe hood, covered most of his face, barely exposed his chin, and walked towards a restaurant. This time leaving the Temple of Life, Jian Wushuang didn't know where to go. He only knew that he had to see the millions of scenery in the world, to see the joys and sorrows of the world, and love and hatred avenue to Jane. Perhaps when he truly understood the universe, it was when he realized the avenue and broke through the supreme. Entering the restaurant, it was filled with high friends, filled with people from various star domains. They sat together and talked to each other about the recent events in the universe. Jian Wushuang's expression was dull, and he sat next to the window as cold as frost, asked for a pot of spirit wine, and gently simmered. "Did you hear? Dragon warships are almost at the Temple of Life." "What? It's only been a few days. How could the dragons be so fast?" "Well, how can the dragons spend their lives as ordinary people? I just don't know how to deal with the Temple of Life. As far as I guess, until now, the Palace of Life has been reluctant to surrender Sword Unparalleled, for fear it will be difficult. Just let me say, Jian Wushuang is an evil star, and the Temple of Life stands tens of thousands of chaos ages. As a result, Jian Wushuang is the only one who has made enemies on all sides and offended the dragons, causing such a disaster. That's right. What is the first genius of the universe? If the Supreme Masters who have the Temple of Life kept Swordsman's sword, it is estimated that he would have died too long. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency! Jian Wushuang is just relying on the Tai Luo divine sword. It is estimated that the real combat power is not as high as mine. If I have the Tai Luo divine sword, it will definitely be 10 million times stronger than Jian Wushuang. There was a sound of discussion, one after another. Everyone in the restaurant was discussing the birth of the dragons and the sword Unparalleled. When almost everyone talked about Jian Wushuang, their tone was full of glee and joy. This is true of the human heart, only to see that others are worse than themselves, and that others are not better than themselves. I don't like sending charcoal in the snow. I love falling down the rocks alone. Chapter 43:32. Where could Lung Rushuang hear his husband? As others said, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. When he wanted to say a few words, he saw Jian Wushuang stretch out his hand and pat it on the back of her hand. Anyway, Jian Wushuang lowered his glass and shook his head. "Fu Jun, but they say you so." Lung Rushuang frowned. Before she finished speaking, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and said, "There are tens of thousands of rumors in the world. What do you think of it? It is enough to be good. Well, take a break for a moment or two, and let's leave." Lung Rushuang heard the words and thought for a while, then spread his face and smiled and said, "Everything is right." A moment later, when Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang planned to leave, an evil young man wearing a genie and holding a folding fan and dressed as a rich man stepped into the restaurant. He first looked at the restaurant full of frowns, and his eyebrows frowned slightly. Then his eyes turned, and he saw the cold frost sitting at the window with Jian Wushuang. A flash of light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and a smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. Towards the two people, "The position is full here. Let's squeeze a place together, don't you mind?" The evil young man opened the folding fan and shook it, smiling slightly. Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang heard the words. His brows could not help but wrinkle, and he said, "You can sit here by yourself. We will go now." After that, Jian Wushuang and Frost were going to leave. The two left the Temple of Life to avoid the pursuit of the dragons, and they did not want to cause more trouble. Slow. Just then, the evil young man reached out and grabbed the frosty wrist, smiling. I think the two are born. They should have just come to the 5 planets domain, right? I want to come, and the two do not know the 5 planets domain. So I just sat down and talked together. After speaking, he seemed to have forgotten something and patted his head. Yes, I almost forgot to introduce him. Master Xia is dominated by Shuanghe, the chief elder of the 5 element sect, and he is also my father. Having said that, the folding fan in his hand was opened, and the fan was fanned in front of his chest. However, he didn't notice that the coldness of frost had already become so cold when this man grabbed his wrist. She said coldly, "Open!" As soon as the remarks came down, the temperature of the entire restaurant dropped by dozens of degrees, suddenly like a chilly cold wind, and the evil young man stiffened and then unconsciously let go of his hand. Leng Rushuang stepped back to Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's smile on his face had completely converged, and the killing in his eyes flashed away. This time he intends to act low-key, but it does not mean that even his beloved wife can be indifferent to being bullied by others. The evil charm young man gradually recovered after a moment of distraction. As if I realized that the woman in front of me was just a fright, I lost my face and immediately sneered at the table. 2. Don't toast without eating or drinking. Snapped. As soon as he clapped his hands for a while, 7 or 8 5th-ranking masters rushed in, first glancing at Jian Wushuang with a bad look, and then arched toward the evil young man. My son. The evil young man heard the words, closed the fan in his hand, squinted his eyes, and said, Surround them! Yes. Wow. Suddenly, this group of 5th-ranking masters spread out, enclosing Jian Wushuang, and the cold as frost, blocking the back path of Jian Wushuang. Seeing this, the drinkers suddenly shrank their pupils, looking at Xiang Jianshuang and the cold frosty eyes, full of sympathy, shaking his head. Well, these 2 people provoked the largest second ancestor in these 5 planetary domains, but I'm afraid it will be difficult today. In these 5 planetary domains, the 5 elements God sect is the only one, and this person is also the elder of the 5 elements God sect. He has always been much favored. In these 5 elements, he has done a lot of ridiculous deeds. These 2 people provoked him. You're in big trouble. Yeah, it would be okay if the 2 were strong. The result is only one who dominates the first series and the second series. I'm afraid it is impossible to escape the clutches of the second ancestor. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The sword had no expression on both sides, looking at the evil young man, said calmly, I only give you one chance, let it go now. When the evil young man heard the words, he was not afraid, but there was a look of interest on his face, and he replied, Give me only one chance. Then you listen. My son only gave you one chance. You are now out of the 5 planets area by yourself, leaving the couple around you. This son can still not blame, otherwise. Before he finished, Jian Wushuang had already pointed his finger towards his brows. You have no chance. When the surrounding 5th-level masters saw the situation, they didn't care at all. In their view, the sword is unparalleled, but the 2nd-level masters dominated, and this evil young man has already had the 4th-level masters as the sword. Wushuang is just the 2nd-level master, purely insulting himself. However, the evil young man with a playful smile on his face was frozen solidly. At this moment, he seemed to see the image of the destruction of the world, and his eyes were astonished like ghosts. An indescribable terror struck him. This great horror he had never felt in his father Shuanghe Lord, even the lord of the 5 elements God sect. Far worse than that. He wanted to speak, but like a big invisible hand, choked his throat, his face flushed red, but he could not spit out a word. Next moment, Jian Wushuang's fingertips stopped at his eyebrow at a distance of 3 inches. However, a more terrifying and weird scene appeared, and there was no sound, but the evil young man was from head to toe silent, and directly turned into the most empty nothingness. After only half a break, The evil young man was destroyed. Suddenly, the entire restaurant opened his mouth wide, his eyes dumbfounded, and turned into a dead silence. The masters of the fifth ranks stared at Jian Wushuang in astonishment, speechless. It wasn't until a long time ago that he saw a fifth-level master, and he reached out his hand and tremblingly pointed at the sword Wushuang, and he did not dare to make a channel. You actually killed the only son of Elder Shuanghe? You're dead." And the two people gathered by countless horror eyes, whether it was Jian Wushuang or cold as frost, looked as usual. They couldn't bear a wave in their hearts, as if they had just done a trivial matter. A message was conveyed to the 5 elements Shinzong in the center of the 5-element city at an extremely rapid rate. And at the same time, deep in the universe, outside the Palace of Life, 1, 2, 3, 9 dragon warships sailed slowly towards the Temple of Life. In the end, the 9 dragon-shaped warships, exuding terrifying coercion, quietly hovered in front of the gate of the Temple of Life. The majesty swept across the starry sky, slamming the quartet like a stormy sea, smashing nearly 10,000 miles around, crushing them all, and setting off numerous space storms. Here comes the dragon. Chapter 40, 333. When the dragon army came outside the Palace of Life, the entire universe was boiling, and they did not want to miss this shocking battle and rushed to the battle of the appearance of the Palace of Life. Everyone looked at the 9-bone dragon battleships that struck the starry sky from afar. They were all trembled in their hearts, shocked by the coercion of the dragons that day. Especially on the bone dragon battleship, the black muzzle formed by the dragon's mouth was even more chilling. This is the dragon race. The dragons are really great, just these 9 space battleships, each with a supreme blow. The rank of the rank has reached the limit of the universe law, and because this is the reason for the space battleship, in terms of value, we must far beyond the limits of other cosmic laws. It is impossible to estimate. You say, how many generations will the dragons come over this time? This is hard to say, but based on my guess, I want to face the Temple of Life. How can I get the 4th generation of dragons? The Temple of Life, countless monks who came from all directions, began to discuss. They know that if there is a problem with the Shrine of Life today, they will be destroyed by fear. 9 dragon warships were quietly suspended outside the Temple of Life, and did not rush to shoot, as if they were giving the Temple of Life the last chance. The Temple of Life, inside the Supreme Temple. The hall full of Supreme, all stand upright. Extreme Gav, the dragons are here. Bloodwave Supreme stood on the side of Gaffa Supreme and said softly. Gav Supreme sat in the first position, eyes closed slightly, and the fingers of his right hand gently rubbed the seat armrests. Hearing that, he slowly opened his eyes, and his old and dim eyes were gray, and he could not see the slightest emotion. Let's go and meet the dragons. The words fell, and Gaver stood up and walked towards the Temple of Life. The other 4 Supreme Masters, as well as other Supreme Masters such as King of the 9th Calamity, followed without a word. Today's incident, there is no bottom in everyone's heart. Even they are ready to die. Alas, with a soft ring, dozens of figures, including Supreme Gap, appeared in the void outside the Palace of Life. Immediately, there was a commotion in the crowd. Here comes the person from the Temple of Life. The show is about to begin. Look at it, there is no sword without a match. The discussion sounded loudly, and Gawaf didn't manage it. Even the master of the Diwu Shrine on the deck and Longju, the law enforcer of Dragon Clan, did not manage it, but looked straight towards the middle dragon warship. Looking around, he said slightly, "Guests come to the door, await for a miss." In the middle of the dragon warship, there was a moment of silence. Immediately, I heard a deep, hoarse sound, like a sound of iron and stone, sounded from the space warship in the middle. "Gav, how about a sword without 2? The voice fell, clearly not using any power, but it sounded in everyone's heart at the same time. Hearing this voice, the 4 chief executives behind GAFA Supreme had their pupils shrunk. This voice is familiar to anyone who has experienced the battle of that catastrophe. Unexpectedly, this time the dragon family even sent him out. Thinking of this, the presence of the Supreme was sinking in my heart. Gab supremely replied, "Dragon, it is not my palace of life that is unwilling to surrender Jian Wushuang. But Jian Wushuang escaped from the palace of life that day when we were not aware of it. We, the Temple of Life, are also looking for sword unparalleled." Escape? The voice that had spoken before had not spoken. I saw the dragon ruler Longju. His eyes narrowed and said sneerly, "If you have so many divine beings in your life, you won't be able to see a sword unparalleled. Let him run away. You can just lie to the kids if you use this kind of crap to lie to us dragons." "Gab, I tell you, if your shrine of life can't deliver the sword unparalleled today, then be prepared for the whole life shrine to be buried for the sword unparalleled." After speaking, he stood up against his hands, his chest was upright, and he was endlessly overbearing and proud. Although he has only ordinary supreme practice, he is not afraid of facing Gab. "Little guy, are you threatening the old man?" Gab's supremely cloudy eyes flashed a faint light, indifferent to his mouth. The law enforcer Long Jiu heard that, and his face was even more sneer, but he was not afraid to ask back, "What about threatening you?" "Huh." After waiting for him to speak, Gafu Supreme sighed and reached out to the Dragon 9 and kept pointing. "If your ancestors came to say this to the husband, but a 5th-generation bloodline dragon tribe of yours, would you dare to threaten the husband?" Suddenly, countless methods emerged. A giant finger broke through the sky. This giant finger reached thousands of feet and instantly covered the entire starry sky. A 1,000,000-mile planet was in front of this finger, small as dust. It is impossible to use any words to describe the horror of this finger. It is a majestic force beyond everyone's imagination. "How dare you?" When the law enforcement officer Longjo saw this, he immediately fell into an ice cellar and was shocked. Under this finger, he actually felt that he was no longer a dragon clan that overlooked the universe, but an ant who could be crushed to death at any time. Looking up at the starry sky, he didn't expect that this governance would dare to shoot at him after their dragon army came down. www. Until novel. Come. Just then the hoarse, old voice from the space battleship in the middle before that continued to spread. Enough. Next moment. Then he saw a dragon arm covered with black dragon scales and born with 7 claws. He protruded from the dragon warship and grabbed him with a finger towards GV. The arms of the 7-clawed dragon are covered with scars, full of sword and axe sword marks, and the bones are deeply visible, making it impossible to imagine how much the master of this 7-clawed dragon arm has encountered. This grab was equally horrible. It shattered all the void around it, and where it scratched, countless black hole vortexes were formed. Each vortex formed on this grab. Each vortex turned out to be a universe. Storm. Suddenly, this finger and this claw robbed all the brilliance of the world, whether it is the 9 dragon-fighting warships, or the blood wave supreme behind the supreme, etc., all appear to be dim. In the eyes of everyone, everything disappeared, leaving only this finger and this claw. "Gaifu, you and I were allied, but the rules were the rules. Sword Wushuang killed my dragon clan, so he had to pay him back. One life is one life, and what my dragons do is not excessive." Gab Supreme heard the words, his eyelids were raised slightly, and his expression was blank. The old man said, "Jian Wushuang is no longer a disciple of my life. If you want to find him, you will find him." Huh! At the next moment, the arm of the 7-clawed dragon and the gigantic fingers of the Supreme were slammed together. Suddenly, the universe shook wildly. A startling war has begun. Chapter 40, 334. Within the 5 planets domain, the 5 elements city. After Jian Wushuang killed the evil young man, he didn't pay much attention to it, and as cold as frost came out of the restaurant, he planned to leave. The fifth ranks dominated and originally wanted to stop, but after being glanced at by Jian Wushuang, they all stood upright with sweat on their foreheads. Numerous large beads of sweat appeared on the forehead. Go and leave countless discussions. Who is this person? He can actually dominate the second-level Master Xiao as a blow and kill the fourth-level Master Shui by one finger? I don't know, but when I passed the city gate before, I seemed to hear this person's introduction. What is the name of the sword? Swords don't give up? I haven't heard of them. I guess they are from other star domains. Anyway, this person is in big trouble. The Lord of the Winds is the only son of the elder of the 5 elements God sect. The elder has always loved him. Once he knows that the Lord of the Winds is killed by this person, he will definitely be with this. People never die. Yes, the elder is the top ultimate master who has been immersed in the ultimate dominating realm for many years. If the sword is not abandoned, even if it is strong, it is only the second-level master. It is definitely not an opponent of the elder. Inside the restaurant, many drinkers looked at the back of Jian Wushuang, leaving, and shook their heads to discuss. On the Imperial Road, when Jian Wushuang planned to turn into a fascination, when he left the 5 planetary domain, he suddenly seemed to sense something, and his action suddenly abruptly. Did it start? Jian Wushuang raised his head, looked towards the direction of the Temple of Life. His face turned into a complex. If he could, he would like to stay in the Temple of Life at this moment and fight alongside Bloodwave Supreme and others. But he knew that he could not do so, otherwise it would be a waste of the good intentions of Gafu Supreme and others. Father, don't think about it, they will be fine. Lung Rushuang seemed to notice the strangeness of Jian Wushuang, reached out and gently took his fingers and said with a soft voice. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart, nodded, and made clear, "Let's go." At the same time, inside the 5 elements sect in the center of the 5 element city, an old man with white hair is sitting cross-legged and silently refining divine power. This person is the same as the evil young father who was killed by Jian Wushuang before, and the elder of the 5 element sect, dominated by Shuanghe. Just then, he suddenly received a message in his mind. Didn't Taizhan keep protecting the wind close to him? Doubtful. Lord Shuanghe opened his eyes and read the newsletter. After a moment, Shuang's dominion turned into a rage, and he was about to crack. Finger. The next moment, Shuang's figure disappeared instantly, turned into a streamer, and shot towards the restaurant. Just a few breaths away, his figure appeared in the restaurant where Jian Wushuang had stayed before. Suddenly, the entire restaurant seemed to be transformed into a sea of blood, which was permeated by strong killings. Shuang had dominated Tiking's expression to the extreme. First, he looked around the restaurant, then looked at the 5th-level master who was protecting the evil young man next to him. What about the 2 who killed Fenger? The 5th ranks eventually dominated, and they fell to their knees directly in fear, shaking back. Returned to the elder, then that person has left in front of Ban's Huxiang. It seems to be leaving the 5 planets. Want to escape? Shuang's expression suddenly became dark, and he said, "Kill my son. You will kill you if you escape to the end of the earth." Having said that, Shuanghe Master planned to get up and chase. Just when his right foot just stepped out of the restaurant threshold, he seemed to remember something and turned his head to look coldly at the final masters of these 5th graders. "My son is dead. Do you still want to live alone?" "By my son." Suddenly, Shuang had dominated his right hand, and countless divine powers poured out. In the panic of begging, he directly shot the master of the 5th grade of this title into meat sauce. After doing all this, Shuang had dominated Lingheng, and once again turned into a streamer, swept away in the direction that Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang left. At the gate of the 5-element city, Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang said nothing and planned to leave. "Hey!" Just then, a streamer fell suddenly and appeared in front of the 2. The streamers dissipated, revealing the figure of Shuanghe Dominant. "Meet the elder! Meet the elder!" The who guarded the city will see this, and immediately kneel on one knee, shouting in congratulations. Shuanghe dominated with a cold expression. He didn't even look at the city guard, a pair of bloodshot eyes, and looked at Xiang Jianwushuang and Leng Rushuang. "The old man asks you, in front of Ban's Huxiang, but you too killed a 4th-level master in the restaurant." Jian Wushuang heard his frown and arched his hand and said, "Yes, it's me. May I ask you anything?" "What's up?" Shuang had dominated and heard a furious smile, and Sun Han said, "You killed my son and come to ask me what's wrong?" Jian Wushuang heard the words and immediately understood that the old man in front of me was afraid that the elder of the 5 Elements sect. "Everything you want to reason about is that he provokes me first, and I have given him a chance. He doesn't cherish it. That's no wonder to me." Jian Wushuang calmly replied, "Reason? Ha 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 ha. In this world, whoever is strong is the reason." Sovereign only felt a blaze of fire rushing directly from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, staring at Jian Wushuang, saying bitterly, "Boy, you listen. This seat is going to crush your body inch by inch. Pull out your soul, burn the fire with the fire day and night, and then deprive the around you and send it to the world greenhouse every day." Before he finished, Jian Wushuang had already revealed his intentions and said lowly, "You want to die!" "Huh." Jian Wushuang's right hand was shot instantly, and he pressed at the old man's head in front of him. A sharp sword exploded instantly, strangling the old man thousands of times. "Huh." Suddenly, the bodies of the 2 rivers dominated the body, as if someone were striking a heavy drum, and the body continued to make a loud bang. Suddenly, Shuang had dominated his body and trembled madly, and the body was crushed thousands of times by the sword. It was not until after a few breaths that the body dominated by Shuang exploded and turned into countless flesh. Beep! At the moment when Shuang had dominated the fall, the entire 5-element city sounded an alarm and issued a rapid beeping sound. The next moment, I saw countless figures rising from the 5-element Shinzong and rushed towards the sword Wushuang quickly. Whispers, "It's not over yet." An air of 5 elements that seems to come from chaos, gushing from all corners of the 5-element city, like a lid covering the entire 5-element city, blocking all the way. Jian Wushuang saw this, his expression suddenly gloomy to the extreme. Suddenly, one of the incomplete 3-legged tripods located in the sword warrior's Qinquan ring, Cuckoo, moved. Chapter 40, 335. Okay. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and immediately felt the vision of the torn bronze ancient tripod in Qinquan ring. This incomplete 3-legged tripod is exactly the one that was obtained after Jian Wushuang cut and killed the prisoner dragon on the ancient road of Shinkong with a broken leg, and there are countless intricate and mysterious runes of bronze on the tripod. Speaking of after this bronze ancient tripod was obtained, Jian Wushuang also spent a lot of research and trials, but no matter how he went to test and research, how much divine power was injected into it, this bronze ancient tripod still did not respond at all. His divine power was like a mud ox entering the sea, and he couldn't set off any waves. Over time, Jian Wushuang no longer cares. I did not expect that this bronze ancient tripod that had not been moved for a long time had a reaction in these 5 elements. How is this going? Jian Wushuang frowned, let go of his divine power, and felt the difference in the 5-element city. The next moment, Jian Wu's eyes closed. Oh, just breath. He felt that in the void of the 5-element city, there was a hint of Otoki air. The spirit of Atsuki is extremely thin. If he had not killed the Shuanghe Lord, the 5 elements god sect opened the moat. Even he could not feel it. Ojus gas belongs to the innate air of the 5 elements at the time of chaos, which belongs to the universe yet to be born. At that time, the universe was full of various 5-element chaos. It was precisely these 5 elements that existed at the end. Chaos only gradually evolved and finally turned into mountains and rivers, stars and black holes, forming what the universe looks like today. The 5 elements of air are divided into innate chaotic air and acquired air. What the sword felt without both sides was a very thin innate OG spirit. Do not allow Jian Wushuang to think the countless figures rising from the sky of the 5 elements Xinzong have fallen, enclosing Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang in layers. On their white robe cuffs, there was a round of 5-element patterns embroidered by the disciples of the 5 elements Xinzong. They felt the divine power fluctuations dominated by the surrounding Shuanghe, and suddenly a look of anger appeared in their eyes, staring at the sword unparalleled. However, they did not act lightly. It didn't take long to see a majestic middle-aged man with a pair of thick eyebrows striding towards the sword unparalleled. The middle-aged man had an ugly expression, and step by step, the disciples of the 5 elements God sect retreated automatically to make way for the middle-aged man. Okay. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man. This man was trained to be almost invincible. In his previous sense of consciousness, he was the strongest of the 5 planetary domains. Do NT guess, Jian Wushuang also knows this person is estimated to be the lord of the 5 elements sect, the 5 elements lord. Looking back, Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and he didn't care about it, let alone the 5 elements gods. Even if all the 5 planetary domains were tied together, it was not enough for him to kill with one sword. Now, although he is still the ultimate dominating realm, he is no longer comparable to the master. Now, his opponent only has the power of supreme level. In the realm of domination, his sword is unparalleled, and he is invincible to all races. After approaching the middle-aged man, he looked at Jian Wushuang up and down, and there was a hint of jealousy in the bottom of his eyes. Then the middle-aged man took a deep breath and arched. In the Lord of the 5 Elements God sect, your excellency can call me Lord of the 5 Elements God. Dare to ask your lord what to call. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words. He had already planned to wash the entire 5 planetary domain, but this man had a good attitude when he came up. He had been throbbing and could not help being suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Don't abandon the sword. This is my lover, Ling Ruqing. Don't give up the master. This lord takes the liberty to ask, what is the reason for you to kill the elder of this sect? The 5 elements God, said Jian Wushuang heard the words and replied lightly, this person's words offend me first, then I will kill. Is it okay? When the 5 elements God heard the words, he narrowed his eyes and said deeply, don't abandon the Lord, just offend words and kill the elder in my case, and then just walk away. Isn't it appropriate? Jian Wushuang heard the words, tilted his head and smiled and said to him, so are you doing justice for him? When the 5 elements God heard the words, his pupils suddenly shrank. He stared tightly at Jian Wushuang, his thoughts flashing in his heart. He is not a stupid person, since the sword in front of him can kill the elders with one palm. This is enough proof that the strength of the sword is not higher than himself. But he is definitely not under him. After weighing the pros and cons, the 5 elements God said, do NT give up the master? How do you like this? We bet on the 3 moves. As long as you take over the 3 moves of the Lord, my 5 elements God sect respectfully send you away. The elders stop it and never mention it again. If you CANT take it. The eyes of the 5 elements God looked cold. I'm so sorry you and your acquaintances. I'm afraid you have to stay in my 5 elements God sect's prison. Oh. Jian Wushuang heard the words. A look of interest floated on his face and said, gambling is fine, but I want to raise. Raise? What do you mean? The 5 elements king looked puzzled. Jian Wushuang extended his finger and pointed at the 5 elements sect standing in the center of the 5 elements city. WWW until novel said, if Jian loses, let this fate be yours, but if you lose God, I need to take something like your 5 element sect. This. The 5 elements God hesitated for a while, then focused and said, yes. Jian Wushuang smiled and heard. Good. He could feel that the chaotic, inborn Oji spirit that he just felt in the Five Elements city came from the Five Element Shinzong. Although he did not know why the broken bronze ancient tripod suddenly had movement after encountering this chaotic, inborn Oji spirit, he was absolutely certain that perhaps the way to really open this bronze ancient tripod was innate with this chaos Otoki no key. Let's start. Converged, Jian Wushuang said lightly. The words fell, and the disciples of the Five Elements surrounding God retreated, leaving a large area of space. Cover up. Let this person pay his life for the elder. One move. The Lord can defeat this man with just one move. Disciples of the Five Elements, Shinzong cheered. Fu Jun, be careful. Cold as Frost said, slightly concerned. It's all right. Jian Wushuang smiled at her slightly, then turned his eyes, looked at the Five Elements god, and said lightly, Bring it on, okay. If you don't give up the sword, then you pick it up. The Five Elements god took a deep breath and raised his right hand. Suddenly, countless divine powers raged, and in his hands, a horrifying five-colored light ball condensed. The Five Elements sect, based on the cultivation of the Five Elements, is the basis of the avenue. In this five-colored light ball, the five powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and soil are constantly changing, and the blue wood is particularly strong. Chapter 43:36. Next moment, the Five Elements god shouted loudly and pushed his right hand forward fiercely. Instantly, this five-colored light ball, carrying a mighty might, smashed towards the sword unparalleled. In these five-colored of light, the Five Elements of Jinmu, Shui Huitu, one by one, are endless, constantly changing, and very powerful. Is that so? Jian Wushuang's brow lifted, and an interesting expression appeared in the corner of his mouth. The power in this ball of light was quite good, bringing together the power of the Five Elements, and even for him, he couldn't help looking at him. The idea of this technique is good, but unfortunately your understanding of the Five Elements is still too low. Shaking his head, Sword Wushuang grabbed it with his hands. The sword twirled between his 5 fingers, like a snake walking between his 5 fingers. Immediately, Jian Wushuang's right hand sword exploded, crushing the five-colored light ball directly. In the face of absolute strength, everything is fancy and unbeatable. Suddenly, many disciples of the Five Elements sect, who were clamoring for cheering, were dumbfounded and their mouths widened. The Five Elements of the gods, the pupils shrank instantly, and there was a strong sense of fear in their faces. This shot, although he just wanted to use it as a temptation, didn't even want to defeat Jian Wushuang at all. But Jian Wushuang's response is too easy. 2 more tricks. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. After hearing the words, the Five Elements god took a deep breath, and his expression gradually became serious. He drank, okay. The sword is not abandoned. The second trick is the master skills. You are optimistic. Mystery everlasting. Bang! The voice fell, and in a moment the Five Elements king quickly twitched his hands. Behind him, a huge round of French-language pictures suddenly appeared. In this French-language picture, a towering giant tree is rooted in the soil, and a dew rain drops from the sky. Under the nourishment of the rain, the towering giant tree formed of gold and iron suddenly grows and grows. Raised just a few breaths away, it will bear fruit, full of flame fruits. Golden wood, water, fire, and soil are the Five Elements. This towering giant tree, with Otoki's gas as its foundation and gold earth, water, and fire as its side branches, together supported this round of 5 elements. Okay. Looking at this round of FA phase, even Jian Wushuang couldn't help but whispered and moved slightly. He actually saw the shadow of the kingdom of God in the equivalent of the 5 elements. Although the 5 elements are far worse than the true state of God, even a frame has not yet been formed, but it is undeniable. This is indeed a precursor to the formation of a mind, the thought of the kingdom of God, but some of the ultimate killings that the Supreme has not yet realized. If these 5 elements of the gods break through to the Supreme realm, or their understanding of the 5 elements of the avenue is leaps and bounds, and even break through several barriers, perhaps these 5 elements can be truly transformed into a mind of God. Good. Jian Wushuang spoke with admiration. Go with. The expression of the 5 elements God King was stern and pushed forward fiercely. Instantly, this towering giant tree danced like a silver snake, and the 5 colored gods of light poured out. Like the rainstorm pear flower needle, thousands of 5-colored Xinguang pull out countless white marks in the air. Ha! Lord Sovereign has used the magic power at the bottom of the box. This blow is absolutely impossible for this person. Yes, the 5 elements of the Sovereign Lord, the 5 elements are interlinked, endless and endless, unless the power is far superior to the Lord Sovereign. Otherwise, all attack power will be consumed. At first, some disciples of the 5 elements divine sect who had been hit hard immediately revived their spirits and looked at the king of the 5 elements with full of worship. If I didn't break through the ultimate dominator, I might not be able to hold these 5-colored gods for a while, but Jian Wushuang smiled silently in his heart, then raised his right fingers together, turned into a sword finger, and then hacked away toward these hundreds of 5-colored light. Now I, in the realm of domination, is invincible. A bang came. The sword Wushuang finger was cut, and no sword air was used at all, and the majestic power of the majesty was directly used to turn into a white expanse. Broken. This is not over yet. Jian Wushuang's fingertips gently pushed forward, and at that moment, the majestic and mighty power of the match was as good as the tide of the sea. One after the other, floating again behind the 5 elements, King, the 5 elements are up! Tuck. After 3 consecutive muffled noises, the FA phase behind the 5 elements god, after only holding for a breath, fell apart instantly and broke apart. The towering giant tree, swaying in shape, is broken innumerably. How can it be? The 5 elements god was shocked, exclaiming incredulously, as the disciples of the 5 elements Shinzong said, "This style of peerlessness, the 5 elements are connected to each other. Unless the strength is far beyond him, it will never be possible so easily break such peerlessness." But the man in front of him, but with one finger, not only crushed his 5 colors of light, but also mainly anti-customers, and directly defeated him. Such overbearing means, even if invincible, will not be so easy to do. The audience turned into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Jian Wushuang, dumbfounded. Their eyes dropped in shock. Jian Wushuang looked at him with a complacent expression and smiled slightly. "God, start the 3rd move." However, when the 5 elements god heard the words, he no longer had any action, but sighed. There is no need to compare. The suzerain concedes that this suzerain is inferior to others. Say, the sword isn't abandoned. What do you want from my 5 elements sect? Jian Wushuang groaned slightly, feeling the throbbing movement of the bronze ancient tripod inside the ring of Chenkuan, and said, "It's true, I don't know what I want, but I can be sure that what I want is here. You are within the 5 elements sect." When the 5 elements god heard the words, he could not help but hesitated, and immediately smiled bitterly. "By the way, please go to the house with me and choose by yourself." "Thank you so much for God." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, arching hands. "Let's go." The 5 elements king with sword Wushuang walked towards the 5 elements god sect. On the one hand, the disciples of the 5 elements Shinzong quickly gave way, looking at Jian Wushuang's eyes, full of curiosity and awe, regardless of age or a sword that seems to be about the same size as its own. How can it be so powerful? The sword Wushuang is behind the 5 elements god king, the closer to the 5 elements god sect. the more you can feel that the bronze ancient tripod in Qinquan Ring is getting more excited. It is just like a child who wants to eat candy and is extremely excited, as if there is something with absolute temptation waiting for this bronze ancient tripod. If the sword Wushuang directly infused a large amount of divine power and repressed the bronze ancient tripod reluctantly, I am afraid that this bronze ancient tripod has already rushed out of the ring of Qinquan and flew towards somewhere of the 5 elements Shinzong. It seems that this bronze ancient tripod has a lot to do with the innate chaos of Otoki. The sword had no expression on both sides, and the thoughts in his heart kept flashing. After a while, the 5 elements sect is here. Chapter 43:37. The city of 5 elements extends in all directions, and the trees form a forest. Among them, in the center of the 5 element city, there is a huge mountain gate. At the foot of the mountain gate, the word 5 elements is engraved. Here is the Taoism of the 5 element sect. Don't give up the sword, go in. The 5 elements king said helplessly. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and then took the cold as frost and walked into the 5 element sect. In the 5 element sect, there is a lush and quiet environment inside. Numerous students have a wise tree swinging with the wind and making a sound of. The sword is unpretentious, and it is not anxious to watch while walking. Don't give up the sword. There is treasure pavilion in front. The 5 elements god said, Okay, take me there. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words, and Shin answered. He could feel that the thing he wanted, or the bronze ancient tripod in his Qinquan ring, was in the treasure hall of the 5 elements god sect. From a distance, the time when this treasure hall was built should be a long time. The stone bricks made by Lingyu have become a little yellowish, and the 5 elements god led the 2 men, Jian Wushuang and Frost, to the door of the treasure hall. I saw a layer of light green mask covering the treasure hall. As the 5 elements god reached out the palm of the hand and pressed on the mask, and for a while this light green mask waved a wave and then dissolved enough passage for 2 people to pass. Come in. The 5 elements lord reached out and made a pleased gesture. Into the treasure hall, a cloud of turbid air mixed with dust rushed to the nose. It should be because no one has come in for a long time. Inside the treasure pavilion, there are 2 levels in it. I saw the 5 elements king introduce. Swords will not be abandoned, so you can choose one here. Sword Wushuang nodded and looked at the treasure hall at will. I have to say that the 5 elements god sect is in the universe, although it is a little-known sect, but there are not many treasures in the collection. Wushuang saw no less than 3. If the sword is not abandoned, what do you think of this jade rui? Although it is only a treasure of Chinese goods, it is fickle and can be turned into any weapon. There is also this shuttle which can increase the flight speed by 10%. If you leave the 5-planet domain in the future, this shuttle will be useful to you when the universe is roaming. The 5 elements god June 1 by 1 introduced the sword to Wushuang. When talking about some really powerful treasures, even in his eyes he couldn't help flashing the pain of the road. However, Jian Wushuang looked like hesitated, his expression was indifferent, and his fingers kept passing across the treasure. No, still not. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and his fingers crossed all the treasures on the first floor. The bronze ancient tripod in his Qinquan ring did not show a different response. Not on the first floor. Sir, I want to see it on the second floor. Converged, Jian Wushuang said to him. Second floor? The 5-element monk was stunned, but the treasures in the second layer were all left by the ancestors of the 5-element sect. Even if he had no choice but to move. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. After hearing the words, the 5 elements god could not help but hang a bitter smile on his face and hesitated in his heart. He even sighed, Well, let alone, I will take you to the second floor. The words fell, and the 5 elements king, with swordsman and cold as frost, walked to a tightly closed iron gate, carefully took out a token, and inserted it into a gap. Click and wipe. Suddenly, the treasure hall vibrated, and a sound like gear friction and a mechanism change was issued. Immediately, I saw this tightly fitting iron gate, and quickly disintegrated, exposing a long spiral stone ladder. The Lord of the Five Elements, while walking up with his sword unparalleled, said, "The sword is not abandoned." The treasures in the second layer are all left by the old ancestor of the Five Elements God sect. The contents are more cluttered, and many treasures are even I do and T recognize it. UCA and T tell whether it's good or bad. You have to rely on yourself. Okay, thank you. Jian Wushuang nodded and walked in step by step. I saw only a dim yellow oil lamp hanging on the second floor, and looked at the old color of the entire second floor. Sword Wushuang stared at it carefully. The personal belongings of the five-element prince's ancestor, such as robes and clouds, have even become most decayed and decayed by the long years of erosion. The Five Elements King no longer spoke, leaving Jian Wushuang to choose by himself. Is this or this? Jian Wushuang's right hand, constantly passing across items. Here are the best rules of treasure. There are mysterious little things that he cannot see the calendar, but these are not the goals of Jian Wushuang. The second layer was not large. Jian Wushuang searched quickly, and a look of disappointment gradually appeared in his eyes. He didn't find the one that made the bronze ancient tripod throbbing. The bronze ancient tripod also became quiet. Fu Jun, didn't you find it? Lung Rushuang stood next to Jian Wushuang. She accompanied Jian Wushuang to the north and south. After thousands of calamities, naturally she knew Jian Wushuang best. She couldn't guess where Jian Wushuang was looking for something. No, Jian Wushuang shook his head and then planned to leave to the Five Elements gods, although there are many treasures in the treasure hall. If you change people, you may still be ecstatic, but his sword is unparalleled, and he has the Terra ruins. Inheritance ransacked the ancient road to the sky, and now the most important thing is the treasures, where you can see these things. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang frowned suddenly and saw a half-inch-long deadwood exposed from the bottom of the box. What is this? Swordless fingers pointed at this half of the deadwood, and the words of farewell had turned into an inquiry. This one. The five-element prince froze and thought for a while and said, "The ancestors said before the fall. This thing seemed to be handed over to him by a deceased person for his help, but the prince did not know what it was. But it looks like it should be just ordinary mortals." Wu Shuang nodded his head, reached out his hand arbitrarily, and grabbed this half of dead wood. Huh! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang trembled, and the bronze ancient tripod located in his ring of heaven shook violently and fiercely, like a child who eats food, and can't wait to urge Jian Wushuang to take this thing. This is it. Jian Wu's eyes flashed wildly, but his face was calm and lifted the deadwood. God, I want this thing. When the Five Elements god Jun heard a word, he did not expect that Jian Wushuang did not choose some valuable magic medicine or magic weapon. So he chose such a black wooden puppet. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows and said, "Are you sure?" "The sword is not abandoned. This dead wood is a mortal thing. There is nothing special about it, or should you choose another one?" Jian Wushuang shook his head, and Shen said no need. Seeing this, the Five Elements god nodded and no longer spoke. Chapter 43:38. After getting the dead wood, Jian Wushuang didn't stay in the Five Elements god sect. After a few words of confusion with the Five Elements god, he left the Five Elements god realm as cold as frost. In the vast sky, a cosmic boat is galloping forward. In the spacecraft, Lung Rushuang has returned to the town of Tianbei to practice and strive to break through the ultimate as soon as possible to help Jian Wushuang. A lone sword, unparalleled, sitting cross-legged in the cosmic boat, holding the piece of dark dead wood from the Five Elements Shinzong in his hands. His eyes kept flashing, thinking. After his tests and explorations, this piece of dead wood is indeed just an ordinary mortal thing, without any magical power. But when he poured a lot of divine power into it and scanned it inch by inch, he suddenly found some abnormalities. In this dead wood, there is a chaotic, congenital Atsuki breath of finger thickness. It is this chaotic, inborn Oji spirit that triggered the throbbing of the bronze ancient tripod. The sword's eyes flickered, and instead of rushing to take out the bronze ancient tripod, he poured out countless divine powers, forming a protective cover centered on him, and immediately turning over with his right hand, let Wu Weeping's sword swim around. Avoid any emergencies. After doing all this, the sword has no reassurance on both sides. Today he is still extremely hopeless to break through, and realizes the mood of the Tao and only touches the fur. If he wants to improve his strength in a short time, he can only increase the magic power, yes. Or it depends on the magic weapon. For some reason, Jian Wushuang's heart vaguely predicts that perhaps his opportunity for enhancement lies on this bronze ancient tripod. After some thoughts, Jian Wushuang converged his thoughts, flipped his right hand again, and suddenly the bronze ancient tripod appeared in his hands. The sight of this bronze ancient tripod suddenly appeared, and the vision suddenly occurred. At this moment, the bronze ancient tripod seemed to have a sense of wisdom, like a jubilant child, shaking violently, and the black deadwood, like a sense of induction, quickly collapsed and disintegrated. Suddenly, the sawdust flew, and a cyan light of the thickness of the thumb radiated towards the bronze ancient tripod. Congenital Atsuki. Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank, looking tightly at the bronze ancient tripod. Suddenly, the original ancient simplicity, no matter how the sword Wushuang tried hard and did not react at all, the bronze ancient tripod smashed into a masterpiece. A green light flickered across the surface of the bronze ancient tripod. Even if I saw it, the mysterious rune carved on the bronze ancient tripod was alive, constantly twisting and splitting, and then formed a small sapling shape. OM. The sound of the yellow bell, which rang from the chaos of ancient times, swayed through the Xianhuang Honghuang like a violent blast, spreading everywhere. This voice is extremely ancient. Under this voice, even Jian Wushuang feels as small as the dust. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had already used his divine power to form a closed and isolated space within 10 feet of his circle before letting this voice not spread. Call out. Immediately afterwards, I saw this bronze ancient tripod bounced up and turned into a blue light. Swallow what I gave and still want to escape. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. There was a cold flash in his eyes, and his 5 fingers scratched toward the bronze ancient tripod. Suddenly, the Weeping Wu sword, who was walking around, was beheaded towards the bronze ancient tripod. A dull sound came out, and I saw the Wu cry Excalibur, which contained the power of the universe's extreme treasure, and was struck by this bronze ancient tripod, and then was whizzed and wailed. Okay. Jian Wushuang suddenly smiled angrily, slamming his right hand, and disappeared instantly. In a flash again, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the bronze ancient tripod, and the 5 knuckle fingers extended, grasping the bronze ancient tripod severely. Buzzing. The sound of yellow bells rang loudly, and Jian Wushuang's body trembled. He grasped this bronze ancient tripod, and it felt like there were millions of ancient wild cows colliding with him. Overturned. You know, this bronze ancient tripod is still an ownerless thing, and it is still incomplete, but after absorbing the breath of Otoki, it will fly Wu Weapon's sword and almost overturn him. How terrible is this? Dragon blood secrets. Regardless of the horror, Jian Wushuang gave a low sigh, and the divine power suddenly burned and turned into 10 times strength. The two continued to wrestle, until after a few breaths, Jian Wushuang was worthy to stabilize the bronze ancient tripod. Breathing a deep breath, the sword held the bronze ancient tripod with both hands and sat down with its knees crossed, and the divine power explored towards the bronze ancient tripod. This time, Jian Wushuang suddenly found a difference. I can see that there is a boundless chaotic space in the bronze ancient tripod. This chaotic space is so large that it is indescribable. After a while, Jian Wushuang retracted his divine power and frowned. The bronze ancient tripod did change, but how to use it is still unknown. After a moment, Jian Wushuang shook his head. It seems that if you want to really use the power of this bronze ancient tripod, you have to absorb more innate chaos, O Toki. I just don't know whether this bronze ancient tripod is only interested in Ojus Chi, or as long as it is the innate chaos of the 5 elements. After some self-speaking, Jian Wushuang uttered a smile, and his face raised a smile. However, although I still have no idea how to use this bronze ancient tripod, but just relying on the gravity of this ancient tripod, brutally throwing it out is enough to crush any master below the Supreme, even the face regarding the Supreme, and then motivated by my divine power, throwing this bronze ancient tripod out can also cause great respect. Now the top priority is to find a way to refine this bronze ancient tripod and let this ancient tripod confess the Lord. Otherwise, if you have just thrown this bronze ancient tripod during the battle, you have to wait before hitting someone. Isn't it a joke anymore? Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang smiled a little and suddenly poured out countless divine power, wrapped this bronze ancient tripod, refining 1 inch by 1 inch. And when Jian Wushuang left the 5 planetary domain, in the Temple of Life, a shocking battle has already erupted. This battle attracted the eyes of the entire universe. Hell! A long moon, stars like the sun and the moon, like a 7-clawed dragon out of the chaos, soar into the sky and scream. The terrifying sound waves shook for 9 days and 10, and when I heard the sound of the dragon, the crowds watching the battle all bowed their heads. Their hearts were trembling. This 7-clawed dragon is covered with black scales, with a touch of gold in the eyes, 2 white beards swaying slightly around the mouth, and endless pressure is taken from him. The blood of the 3rd generation of the dragon family, the contemporary patriarch of the evil dragon family, the dragons. Chapter 40, 339. At this moment, outside the Palace of Life, 9 dragon warships traverse the starry sky, exuding a cold luster. On each of the 9 dragon warships, there are dragon people. All of them are the blood of the 5th generation of dragons. The dragon race has developed from the Chaos era to the present. It has been counted from the 1st ancestor dragon, but it has only developed to the 6th generation dragon race. In addition to the 6th generation dragon race that is still growing, the 5th generation dragon race goes up and is the supreme dragon. A total of 9 dragon warships, 9 supreme realms, stood on the deck. They were born with dragon heads, standing with their hands on their backs, and 2 dragon beards floating near their lips. Their eyes were pale gold, majestic and sacred, and they could not be violated. Coupled with the upstream dragging in the nebula, the coercion shocked the 3 generations of the Dragon Clan Dragon 9 for 9 days and 10 places. This time, the Dragon Clan conquered the Temple of Life, and they sent out 10 supreme. This is not the end. In the dark of the universe, many supreme masters of Diwu Temple are quietly dormant. As long as the master of Diwu Temple orders, they will kill them and give the Life Shrine a severe blow. Gai Fu, do you really want to push the Temple of Life to an endless place for a sword unparalleled? Long Yan's dark golden eyes glanced at Gao Fu. She said in a deep voice. He and Gai Fu could be regarded as old friends. In the cataclysm that swept across the universe, the 2 men fought side by side. Therefore, he also knows Gav's injuries best. If Gav now takes a forcible shot and explodes for a while, he will explode and die. Gav, supreme expression, indifferent, did not speak. 2 long black handles appeared in his hands. My monk, why not fight? Boom! Suddenly, there was a terrifying terror that swept the world, centered on the supreme gap, and burst out. This horrible coercion is like a substance forming a shock wave, sweeping the sky and the ground, 8 wastelands and 6 combinations, full of the solemn esteem. Under this coercion, Even the 3 generations of the blood of the dragon tribe have been crushed. Supreme Gap, the true pillar of the Palace of Life, is also the strongest person ever recognized. Apart from the Lord of the Palace of Life, for the first time, Gav Extreme has fully demonstrated his strength. I am covered, my temple of life. Have I ever feared half of this world? The turbidity in Gav Supreme's eyes completely disappeared, just like the bright jade stripped of dust, showing his glory. Behind Gav Supreme, the 4 Chief Supremes, such as Bloodwave and Giant Axe, as well as many Supremes, have also emerged with great power, dominating the quartet, and preparing for the decisive battle. Also, Gav, don't blame me for being ruthless. Cold light appeared in Long Neen's eyes, and under the arrogant hell of his mouth, he immediately grabbed toward Gafu Supreme. The remaining 9 5-generation dragons are also directly transformed into the dragons themselves, with prestige in their mouths, rushing towards the Supremes of the Temple of Life. From the beginning, the war situation was stuck. Kill! Every one of the supreme magical powers released all kinds of glory. The White Tiger Supreme picked up a dragon family and flew fiercely. The great axe turned into a grate of chaos. The axe in his hand opened up the world and severely chopped a golden dragon. At the corner, a long string of sparks was drawn. The Blood Wave Supreme is even more horrible. With a tear of his hands, a sea of blood is directly raised, and several dragons are drowned. However, the most dazzling performance is still the new king of the 9 kings. Small Bug. He had white hair flying, his expression was as cold as ice, and he raised millions of tons of force directly, grabbing the dragon law enforcer Longjio, and he was bombarded violently to the extreme. The newly promoted Supreme, he showed no less than the top Supreme. At this moment, the entire universe seemed to be smashed and countless voids were smashed, setting off a storm. Let's do it, too. The master of Diwu Shrine narrowed his eyes and waved his right hand forward slightly. In a short time, dozens of black shadows emerged from the void, and his face was full of coldness. They have been waiting for a long time. The next moment, the shadow flickered and turned into a streamer, rushing towards the supreme masters of the Temple of Life. The ordinary Supreme of the Life Shrine failed to respond, and was directly used by a Supreme of the Diwu Temple to destroy his heart with a destroying spear. Before he could send a miserable message, he was swallowed by the flying dragons. After the battle, with the entrance of the Supreme Court of Diwu Shrine, it suddenly began to fall. The master of Diwu Shrine looked sneer, raised his head and looked toward the endless void, where the 3rd generation of dragons of the dragon race, Dragon Soul, was fighting against Gafu Supreme. As the 3rd generation blood of the dragon clan, and who had participated in the Battle of the Holocaust at this moment, it was actually suppressed by the Supreme Lord of Gap, and the main hall of the Diwu Shrine saw this. Gave supreme kill. Today, the Temple of Life will die. As long as the Supreme is resolved, the rest will not be able to achieve a climate. And at the same time, at the headquarters of Judy Pavilion, which is not far from the Temple of Life, the cosmic passage leading to the Temple of Life slowly opened, revealing 3 figures. Standing in the middle of is a purple-haired, purple-eyed, expressionless, seductive teenager. On his left and right sides, the old man with a chilly heart and a red-faced old man with a stern expression stood on his hands. Let's wait for a long time. The next moment, the cosmic passage closed slowly, and the shadow of the 3 disappeared at the cosmic passage. The 3 of them will represent the 9 Emperor Pavilion and help the Temple of Life. This is just the beginning. Far away from the universe, a sword mountain suspended in the starry sky. On this day, several swords rose into the sky and headed towards the Imperial Sword of Life Shrine. Standing at the head is an icy woman wearing a red diamond with a diamond mark on her brows. She is Wu Jianxian and also the Invincible Supreme, the first female sword god. Behind her, the 7 elders stepped on the flying sword, followed closely by pulling long white marks in the air, making a sonic boom. On this day, the sword air is 80,000 miles long, and the sword is light and cold. In the universe, countless people looked up and were convinced by these peerless sword fairy styles. Wu Jiangxian's expression was indifferent. This time to go to the Temple of Life, not for the enemy, but for support. Jian Wushuang, since you have all the inheritance of Tai Luo, count as half of his disciples. So, shouldn't you call this master a maid? Just when the entire universe was boiling, Jian Wushuang was already driving the cosmic boat, left the 5 planetary domain, completely away from the prosperous area of the universe, and entered the wild place of the universe. In the cosmic boat, the sword sat cross-legged, and in front of him, a map of the universe hovered. The stars on the map of the universe have countless lights, and each light represents a star field. Chapter 40, 340. In front, it should be Huiyang's star field. Jian Wu's eyes flickered. According to the introduction of the universe map, the crater of Huiyang was filled with volcanoes, flowing magma and high temperatures throughout the year. Except for some monks who needed to make fire, few people stopped here. Stay. If it is normal, Jian Wushuang will not stay. According to records, the crater in the Huiyang star domain was formed innately. Since it is so, then there should be innate chaos and fire in it. Just try it. Does this bronze ancient tripod only need the spirit of Otogi, or just the innate 5 elements? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, drove the cosmic boat, and hurried toward Huiyang's starfield. He did not deliberately stop the cosmic boat, but he traveled all the way. He stopped from time to time to see the scenery in the universe, to see the starry sky, the Milky Way flowing, to watch the secrets of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the rush of the world, realizing the true meaning of the avenue. Along the way, Jian Wushuang faintly lingered, and sometimes realized that the avenue, maybe everything in the universe, is the rule of operation. It is nothing but real. However, whenever Jian Wushuang wanted to think deeply, he felt his comprehension, like a dream, like a dew, was a bubble in the sky, and he didn't catch anything. Jian Wushuang was thinking all the way while driving towards Huiyang's starfield. It didn't take long for Huiyang's star to arrive. Standing in the universe and looking at the Huiyang star field, it is a huge fireball. Before I approached, I felt a scorching breath. Jian Wushuang stopped the spacecraft and closed it. He did not wake up to practice in the town's sky monument. Cold as frost, his only son walked towards the Huiyang star domain. Huiyang star field is an unmanned star. When Jian Wushuang stepped into the plane of Huiyang star field, he felt a hotter heat wave rushing into the air. Mars was in the air everywhere, and the earth was roasted and cracked. In the cracks in the road, blue smoke was lit. Looking up, there are gushing craters everywhere in the line of sight. Occasionally, volcanic eruptions can be seen. Numerous lavas are mixed with rolling black smoke and then slowly flow, emitting terrifying high temperatures. The entire Huiyang star domain was extremely hot, even though Jian Wushuang was a little uncomfortable. After a slight adjustment, no 2 sides of the sword got used to it, spreading their divine power and heading towards the Huiyang star field. I saw that under the great cover of Jian Wushuang's divine power, I knew the entire Huiyang star domain at once. The rest of this star domain, like Jian Wushuang's, was full of dry and barren craters, and several monks were hiding in retreat in the dark, refining firepower. These monks are not high in practice, so Jian Wushuang did not bother them, and the divine power just passed over them and went elsewhere. In addition, Jian Wushuang also found that in the most central location of the Huiyang star domain, there is a huge natural cave. This cave is extremely huge, occupying almost half of the Huiyang star domain, and a large amount of syrup inside it flows like a boiling water, boiling continuously, and a large bubble of fist is pouring out. Branches, like spider webs, split from the Huiyang star field and lead to numerous craters. It can be said that the current geomorphological situation of the entire Huiyang star field is formed by this magma cave. If there is congenital Dinghua in this Yin-Yang star domain, then it should be in this cave. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, stepped on his feet, and shot towards the central cave of Huiyang star domain. A moment later, a wild monster with an open mouth opened the cave and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang's eyes. Standing in front of this karst cave, a wave of substantive heat rushed, and the godless body of the sword was unbreakable. Immediately, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, gushing out of his divine power, and then plunged into the melt in this cave. Numerous melts splashed like a spray, and it didn't take long before they saw the sword's figure gradually being swallowed up by the melt. Inside the cave, the horrible high temperature was enough to melt everything, and the scorching syrup invaded toward Jian Wushuang, washing the sword's body. If it was the ordinary ultimate dominator, it would have been dissolved into a pool of blood by this magma, but under the magical power of the sword, the magma could not hurt him at all. Jian Wushuang continued to sink, and the divine power continued to explore, looking for the innate fire. At the same time, he felt the bronze ancient tripod in the ring of Qingquan, and he was restless again. And shortly after Jian Wushuang was immersed in the melt, what he didn't know was that a group of uninvited guests gradually came outside the Yin-Yang starfield. Quick! In the karst cave of Yin-Yang, the time for the Huiyuan Xingua, which bears fruit once a million years, is almost up. This time, don't let others take the lead. The 7 masters, each with their different looks, stood outside the Huiyang star domain and said with burning eyes, "The 7 or 8 who dominate the realm have men and women with very different breaths. At first glance, they are gathered from heaven and earth, not from the same place. Among them, a charming woman in a red dress with a hot body, exposing her fragrant shoulders and beautiful legs, laughed softly. Hui Yuanguo was born once a million years and 7 at a time. We have Brother Tuoba this time, and we will certainly be able to win all 7 Huiyuan fruits." Beside this charming woman, a tall, burly man in a black robe, when he heard the words, he laughed loudly and said, "7 sisters, rest assured, this time there is this seat. Taking the fire fruit is just a matter of searching." After speaking, he paused and then said, "Let's go. It seems that we should be the first people to come to Huiyang Starfield, and just go to the Huiyang Karst Cave first to occupy a good position. Everything is arranged by Brother Tuoba. Yes, after 3 days, Huiyuan Daogua will float out of the magma of Huiyang Karst Cave. At that time, 7 of us will shoot all together and directly take down that Huiyuan Daogua." Others also said, one after another. After a moment, the 7 of them flickered into the Huiyang star domain. They did not stay in the Huiyang star domain and went straight to the huge karst cave at the most central location. Then they found a place to sit cross-legged and waited for the appearance of Hui Yuanguo. And this is just the beginning. Over the next 3 days, a master monk came from a distance and stepped into the Yin-Yang starfield, staying beside the Yin-Yang cave and waiting for the fire fruit. For a moment, the Yin-Yang starfield, which was originally deserted, became lively. Among them, there are even near-invincible dominators coming. Next to the karst cave in Yin-Yang, the atmosphere gradually became incomparably dignified. These powerful men who dominate the realm looked at each other, and each had a strong hostility and fear in their eyes. What no one found was that at the moment at their feet, in the horrible magma of the karst cave, the figure of a dark-haired woman in black had sunk to the bottom. This is... Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, looking at a ball of flame formed by the numerous flame magma that appeared in front of him. Chapter 4341. Under the huge lava cave, a ball of fireballs with large fists quietly suspended, like the king of flames, separating all other magma. A stream of hot fire separated from the fireball and formed terrible magma. The sword was unparalleled, and in the eyes of the Mount suddenly surged 3 inches. He could feel that the magma in this cave was formed by the fire power emitted by this big fist fireball. In other words, why the entire Huiyang star domain has now become such a grassy situation. All because of this big fist fireball. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang's divine power spread out, and he carefully grabbed the ball of fire. Hey! However, he hasn't waited for the magical power of Jian Wushuang to touch this ball of fire, and the magical power was burned clean by the hot fire. The innate air of 5 elements was born out of chaos, and the hegemony reached the extreme, which could not be controlled by anyone. The reason why Sword Wushuang can capture Ojus air in front of it is because Otsuki's air is inherently mild, not the dangerous 5-element air, and this small fire air is only the second among the 5-element air. The 5 elements of the air of Armor Gold are extremely dangerous. It can be so powerful, and it should be congenital. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and after thinking for a moment, he took out the bronze ancient tripod with his right hand. No need for Sword Wushuang to do anything. When this bronze ancient tripod appeared, the group of Fireball and this bronze ancient tripod were like 2 magnets attracting each other. When I saw the bronze ancient tripod turning, I saw the group of Fireballs. It was the lost child who found his home and flew in. Suddenly, the bronze ancient tripod changed again. I saw the bronze ancient tripod on the tripod. The originally dim and obscure mysterious rune light rose. The red fire light passed through the tripod, and for a moment the original old bronze tripod was still quite a bit dead. Suddenly, as if come alive, rotating frantically in the air, the ancient bells continued to sound. Buzzing! Buzzing! The sound of Hongzhong and Lulu was ringing like the cymbals and drums of the ancient heaven court, conveying all directions. Suddenly, the entire magma cave trembled violently. Outside the cave, many waited for the birth of Hua Yuangua and glared at each other, sternly dominated the powerful realm, felt the shock from their feet, and suddenly changed his face. What happened? What happened? What's the situation? They stared at each other, their pupils shrinking, but never heard of the birth of Hua Yuangua. There would be such a big battle. Fortunately, the shock did not last long, and then it quieted again. Under the Sun Cave, the sword Wushuang divine power is released, and the enchantment is automatically formed to seal off all the breath of the bronze ancient tripod. Otherwise, if the temper of the bronze ancient tripod comes, I am afraid that the entire Yin-Yang star domain will not be able to bear it. The power of the bronze ancient tripod is not fun. On the bronze ancient ding-ding body, besides the small sapling that absorbed the breath of Otsuki, a flame mark appeared next to it. The innate aura of the 5 elements has gained the second. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Divine power immersed into the chaos space of the bronze ancient tripod, and I saw that in this chaos space, besides the quietly dormant Ojus air, countless red gods fired. After I have complete control of this bronze ancient tripod, I should be able to use the 5 elements in it. The sword's eyes flickered, and then the right hand was turned over, and the bronze ancient tripod was put into the ring. After doing all this, when Jian Wushuang was about to leave, he suddenly made a flick in his mouth. What is this? I saw a vine hanging with 7 fireball fruits in a crack in the rock wall under the magma. The vine was hard to break through, perhaps because Jian Wushuang took away the innate Dinghui gas, and the 7th fruit has not yet, when it forms, it withers instantly. And this vine also stopped growing completely, and the movement that originally continued to spread also stopped. Hua Yuangua. Sword Wushuang's eyebrows were raised, and the fire element fruit contained a lot of divine power, which was of great benefit to the magical monks who practiced in the fire. In the universe, it can be regarded as a relatively good Tao fruit. This thing is not very useful for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang just shook his head and shook his head, no longer to shoot, and shot toward the cave of Yin-Yang. Outside the Sun Cave, the majors from Tian and Haibei, who dominate the realm, are waiting quietly, counting the time. Hua Yuangua should have been born. Why isn't it out yet? Yeah, Hua Yuangua has already come out at this time. What happened this time? Those who dominated the realm frowned. One of them tentatively said, you said, was the vibration that came out from under the cave a few days ago. Could someone go down to the cave first and take away the fire fruit?" As soon as the statement was made, someone suddenly sneered. "It's impossible. The temperature in this cave has reached tens of billions of degrees. Even if it is dominated by invincible, it can't persist for several hours. It will be burned into ashes by the high temperature magma inside." As soon as this person had finished speaking, suddenly the mutation was suddenly raised. "Guru, Guru!" I saw countless lavas boiling in the cave, as if there were any monsters coming out of it. Next moment, I saw a huge vortex formed in the lava in the entire cave. Is it that Hua Yuangua is going to be born? This time Hua Yuangua was born, so many visions have formed. Is this time the number of Hua Yuangua is much larger than before? For a moment, everyone who was fighting for Hua Yuangua looked excited and excited. Countless divine powers poured out. They stared at the center of the vortex and prepared for it. Once they saw the shadow of Hua Yuangua, they thundered immediately to grab Hua Yuangua. Just when they were stunned and about to move, a scene that stunned them happened. I saw a hacker wearing black robes with loose black hair and a tall, bearded beard, lifted by countless magmas, like in flames, with an indifferent expression, stepping out of the depths of magma. Behind him, the flames raged across the sky. It is the sword unparalleled that changed the appearance. Huh? How is it personal? Who is he? What about Hua Yuangua? Ultimately dominated by the second level. Immediately afterwards, many of these masters returned to God with a spirit and looked at Jian Wushuang while panicking, a white-haired, white robe, a nearly invincible old man frowning. Xinxing said, "Boy, the old man asked you, what about Hua Yuangua? Was it taken by you?" After he finished speaking, the other masters suddenly said, "Yes. Boy, hand over Hua Yuangua." "Huh. Hua Yuangua must have been taken by you. Quickly hand it over. Give up the fire fruit. It'll wait for you to die." Everyone, this man must have used some secret method, sneaked under the molten glass, and took away the fire fruit. One by one scolded and mixed with coercion. Jian Wushuang's brow could not help but wrinkle gradually, and there was a touch of coldness in his eyes. Chapter 40, 342. Hua Yuangua, I didn't take it, just under this melt. You want to take it yourself. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, pressed his temper, and said calmly, "Did not get it? You said you didn't get it. What proof?" An ultimate master heard a cold hum and stared at Jian Wushuang, disdainfully asked. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Coldness appeared again in his eyes and asked, "How do you want me to prove?" The ultimate master immediately heard a sneer and sneered, saying, "It's very simple. Take out your fortune and check for us. If there is no fire fruit, we will believe you." Jian Wushuang heard the words, his eyes flickered, his eyes turned to look at others, and he asked indifferently, "Do you mean the same?" Facing Jian Wushuang's gaze, those masters didn't have any fear. Instead, they laughed back and said, "Okay, hand over Qian Kunji, let's check." "Yes, if there is no fire element, we will naturally let you go. It will not be difficult." "Well, boy, I warn you not to play tricks. So many of us if you don't hand over the ring. Today is your day of burying your bones." The threat of smirk continued to come, and the sword replied without expression on both sides. "I explained it one last time. I said that I didn't take it, or I didn't take it. If you don't believe it, you can go and check it under the melt." After that, Jian Wushuang turned around and stepped on with his right foot and then planned to leave. Want to leave without surrendering Hua Yuangua? Not so easy. There must be a secret method to pass this flame magma. We captured him and forced to ask these secret methods. Stop this seat. An ultimate master is Xiao Charm, wearing a yellow robe, twisting his eyebrows, grabbing his right hand, and holding out his right hand, grabbing Jian Jiancha's shoulder. This catch of the wind is full of divine power. If Jian Wushuang is really the second-level master, I'm afraid that under this catch, even if not dead, there will be no combat power. Just because I suspect that I took Hua Yuangua, it hurts the killer. Also, you asked for it. Jian Wushuang shook his head and sighed softly in his heart. Suddenly, a violent sword force rose into the sky with Jian Wushuang as the center, and it was horrifying in all directions. In this fierce sword atmosphere, the entire Huang Star domain is like disaster coming, and it is booming instantly. Next moment, Jian Wushuang made a sword with his right hand and turned his head towards the ultimate master, who grabbed him. An open sky, Jianmong cut out instantly, tearing the void to 1,000 feet. This is the ultimate master, who was originally captured by Xiang Jian Wushuang, suddenly changed his face, and his eyes were astonished like ghosts. But it's too late to make a temporary move. He watched with all his eyes. This extremely beautiful Jianmong, constantly enlarged in his pupil, and finally severely chopped on him. God body collapses. Destroyed. Sword spike. The audience instantly turned into a dead silence. Everyone was staring at Jian Wushuang, his eyes full of fear. Until a long time later, I saw a tall and burly ultimate master. Stepped out, Xinsheng said, "Don't be afraid. Hua Yuangua must be in this man's hands. Let's take a shot together to kill this person and get Hua Yuangua." The voice fell, the others looked at each other, and then bit their teeth, focusing on the head. "That's right, let's do it together." No matter how strong this person is, but the second level dominates Xiu Wei, it can never be our opponents. Kill. For a while, there were dozens of dominating the strong, even including the ultimate invincible, and at the same time killing swordsmen. Countless magical powers blasted out and smashed towards the sword Wushuang. Jian Wushuang saw this, and his expression became extremely cold instantly. "You look for death." Jian Wushuang Mori opened his mouth. Wu Weeping Sword appeared instantly on swordless hands. Swordless man's black hair flew up. One sword was cut off, and he shattered countless magical powers, smashed at him. Then he flew out toward the dozens of masters. Kill the strong. A one-by-one killing has begun. The sword light is vertical and horizontal. The sword shadow is like weaving, and it is continuously cut off in the void. Countless blood descends. An entire Yin-Yang starfield has become a field of Shura, where the sea of blood floats. The sword, unparalleled sword, is completely opened, just like the bloodthirsty Shura. It is ruthless to slash with a sword take away a life. For the current sword Wushuang, beating and killing the ordinary master in the same realm is even easier than crushing an ant. "No, don't kill me. Escape. I don't want Hua Yuangua. Let me go." Countless people are shocked to find that they regard them as soft persimmons they can handle. At this moment, they are like killing gods, killing their lives, just like killing pigs and dogs. Suddenly, wailing sounds begged one after another. The sword Wushuang looked indifferent, and the Wu weapon sword in his hand didn't leave anything. In a short span of time, the whole number was dominated by 10 and was completely killed by Jian Wushuang. In the end, there was only one tall woman who was tall and charming, curled up in a ball, her body trembling, and she looked at Jian Wushuang in fear. Just now, she looked at her invincible brother Tuoba, who was split into two by the black man in front of her. The sword had no sides and no expression, and approached her step by step. As soon as he left the Temple of Life, his mind made a decision. This time, he left the Temple of Life for his escape. But once you take the shot, you need to use thunder to get rid of it. Never allow anything to reveal your identity. "No, don't come here, let me go." The glamorous woman looked at Jian Wushuang, who was approaching her step by step. "Go to death." Jian Wushuang's eyes were lowered. At this moment, he had already collected the Wu Cry Excalibur, and the blood-colored sword-ons on his fingers kept condensing. The glamorous woman looked at the sword without hands, and the horrifying sword mangling turned her mind crazy. Just as the glamorous woman was in danger of life or death, she suddenly thought something, and suddenly shouted, "Sir, are you looking for the innate Dinghua Qi? I know there are a lot of innate Dinghua Qi, except here." After speaking, she stared at Jian Wushuang tightly, daring to let go of any delicate expression on Jian Wushuang's face, and straightened her drums. In her extremely hopeful eyes, "Okay." Finally, Jian Wushou paused, looked down at the paralyzed woman sitting on the ground with paralyzed chest, and asked her calmly, "How do you know that I'm looking for innate fire?" The enchanting woman looked at Jian Wushuang, who stopped her footsteps and breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that she was right. Chapter 43:43. The enchanting woman did not dare to sell her, and looked at Xiang Jinshuang and quickly explained, "My Excellency, I'm just making random guesses, because since you don't see the fire element fruit, you have to go under this cave magma, then it must be under this cave magma. There is something more appealing to you, and the method you practiced is exactly sensitive to the firepower induction. Combined with the situation of the Huiyang star domain, you guessed that you are looking for congenital fire." After speaking, the charming woman didn't dare to breathe and looked at Jian Wushuang with a stunned look. It was not until a moment later that she heard Jian Wushuang's voice faintly sound. "You have an exquisite heart." Jian Wushuang's slightly jaw-head was considered to verify the speculation of this charming woman. After a pause, he asked, "You said before you know where there is still a lot of innate fire, but seriously?" The enchanting woman heard the words, and there was a sudden ecstasy on her face. She knew that since Jian Wushuang didn't do it for the first time, she asked him, which means that her life was finally saved. Taking a deep breath, the glamorous woman congratulated, "My Excellency, I am from the Holy Land. There is a huge fire pool in our Holy Land, and there is a large amount of innate fire." Jian Wushuang heard the words and narrowed his eyes suddenly and smiled and said, "Oh, you mean let me go to your holy, holy place to get the breath of innate fire? At that time, I will follow you to the holy, holy place. I'm afraid it's easy to get in but hard to get out." The enchanting woman heard the words and immediately knew that her speech was a little naive. She thought about her teeth and said, "Sir, I know that there is a secret passage in the Holy Land leading to the congenital Dinghua Qi. If you believe me, I can assure you that I will never leak your news. After entering the Holy Land, I will take you to the congenital Dinghua without knowing it." Jian Wushuang heard no reply, but turned to look at the distant sky. His thoughts flashed on his face. He has heard of the Holy Land. According to the historical records in the Temple of Life, the Holy Ghost Shrine was one of the top forces in the entire universe before the 10,000 Chaos era, and it has a 10 very glorious past. But with the spirit after the ancestral spirit of the Holy Land fell, the Holy Land of the Holy Land could not stand up. In the recent 10,000 Chaos eras, it has continued to decline, and was even forced to move away from the depths of the universe, came into the wild wilderness of the universe. The Holy Spirit Holy Land is said to be an immortal holy land. The ancient Taoism has already been reduced to a third-class force in the universe. It is said that the Holy Spirit Holy Land now has true supremacy. Even if there is an extreme, it is only the lowest. It's a stretch. After a moment, Jian Wushuang retracted his gaze and looked back at the charming woman again, and said lightly, "What's your name?" "Heart, sir, you can call me Heart." The enchanting woman quickly returned. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and said casually, "Let's go. Dominate your heart and take me to your holy, holy shrine." "Yes." The enchanting woman couldn't help it and nodded quickly. Jian Wushuang gave her a slight glance and said, "Don't be too happy after going to Lingdi Holy Land. I hope you didn't lie to me, because you can't afford to lie to me." The enchanting woman heard the words and couldn't help but feel cold, and quickly bowed her head and said, "Dare not." Jian Wushuang said, "Let this heart dominate the way," and swept away towards the Holy Spirit, Holy Land. According to the Lord of the Heart, The Holy Land of Holy Spirit is not too far from here, and you can arrive in the spacecraft in more than a month. Jian Wushuang is not in a hurry. While letting Xin dominate the cosmic boat to lead the way, he sits down on his knees, silently refining the bronze ancient tripod. The difficulty of refining the bronze ancient tripod is unprecedented. Since he left the 5 planetary domains, the refining that he perseveres every day is only worth 1% of refining. Now he can only do it barely. Do not let the bronze ancient tripod escape. In the rest of the month, blink of an eye. Soon, a red planet appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. This planet is where the holy shrine is located. Don't abandon your lord, the Holy Land is here. He whispered. Jian Wushuang heard his words, slowly opened his eyes, and a faint flicker passed from his eyes. In these days, Dominions is quite well behaved, like a tamed kitten, staying quietly beside Jian Wushuang, afraid to speak to disturb Jian Wushuang. Let's go. Exhaling a stale air, Jian Wushuang stood up and left the spacecraft. This time when he came to the Holy Land, there was no fear in Jian Wushuang's heart. It doesn't matter whether this heart will dominate the Holy Land people after he reaches the Holy Land, not to mention whether there is a supreme existence in this holy place. Even if there is a supreme existence, today the sword is unparalleled, and he would not dare to say that he is superior to the supreme. But if he's going to go, he will not be able to keep the ordinary supreme. After closing the spacecraft, Jian Wushuang and Jixin dominated the Lingyin Holy Land side by side. First, the homage of the Hajj greeted him, and then he looked at Xiang Wushuang and wondered, "Elder Mind, what is this?" My heart dominated with a flat expression and replied, "This is my old man. At my invitation, please come to see me as a guest. You don't need to take care of it. Let's go." It can be seen that the domineering heart is dominated by the lingering Holy Land. After she finished speaking, the 2 third-ranked masters stopped asking and let go. Entering the Lingbai Holy Land, 9 peaks of the heavenly mountains came into view. Jian Wushuang looked at the Lingbai Holy Land at will, joking casually, "Are you still the elder of the Lingbai Holy Land?" My heart dominated with a bitter smile and replied, "Without abandoning your lord, as long as the Holy Land is the top and ultimate master, you can serve as elders, and it is not worth mentioning in front of you." Jian Wushuang nodded and stopped talking. Along the way, the 2 met with a lot of disciples in the Holy Land. They could see that their hearts were dominated in the Holy Land of Holy Land. The disciples stopped when they saw the hearts of the Holy Land. "Congratulations. My heart is dominated by a docile gentleman in front of the sword without double sides. But in the presence of these disciples of the Holy Ghost, they immediately changed their secondary expressions. Don't abandon your excellency. The congenital Dinghuoqi is just behind these 9 peaks and is guarded by the elders of Jufeng, separately. After 3 days, it is my turn. You go to my cabin to rest. After 3 days, when I am on rotation, I will be taken to the congenital Dinghuo Pond. Can you see it?" After there were no disciples in the Holy Land nearby, the Master of the Heart suddenly lowered his head and bent slightly, said congratulatingly, Chapter 40, 344. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and he groaned slightly before answering, "Yes." Then the Master of the Heart took the sword Wushuang, headed towards the Lingji Jufeng, and walked towards the 7th peak on the left. Before the 2 reached the 7th peak, they saw at the foot of the mountain a big man like a tower who was constantly pacing, from time to stop and look out. When he saw Jian Wushuang coming to dominate later, there was a stubborn smile on his face, and he strode over. "Well, worries. This time you go to Yenyang Starfield to compete for the fire fruit. Are you okay?" When the Master of the Heart saw the towering man, his eyes flashed with disgust, and he returned with a cold face. "Elder Laozhan, if I have something, can you still see me now?" The Iron Tower man, who was called Elder Laozhan, suddenly heard the words, and then scratched his head. He said, "Hey, what you said?" The heart-minded expression of the domineering heart is cold. After he said, "Let us go, I'll go back to the peak first." Elder Lao's Han nodded. Just as he flickered aside, when he was about to let his heart dominate, his face suddenly changed slightly, shouting, "Slow!" Sun Xan dominated his footsteps for a while. Xiaomei frowned slightly and asked, "Langshan, what do you want to do?" I saw the thick smile on the elder Lao's Han's face slowly converge, and looked at Xiang Zhengwashuang with a bad look. His voice was somber. "Hesitant, who is this guy?" On his face, there was still the thick and honest look of half a minute ago. Hearing the questioning, Su Xen dominated his face, suddenly changed slightly, a headache, and secretly said in his heart, I knew that there would be no good things when encountering this sister-in-law. After taking a deep breath, Zhanxin said as usual, "This is a former friend. I was specially invited to come and meet me. Is there any problem? A former friend? Together?" Elder Lao's Han squinted his eyes, and a maze of green beans flashed in his small eyes. Then he looked up at Jian Wushuang and asked coldly, "Boy, I ask you, what is your relationship with Elder Xan? All the women living in the 7th peak, are you doing?" As soon as this word came to an end, Jisun dominated and looked at Jian Wushuang, winked at Jian Wushuang, and wanted Jian Wushuang to follow her words. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent. When he heard the words, he looked at him and said calmly, "What's the matter with you? What does it matter to me?" The elder Lao's Han laughed suddenly and said, "Boy, Elder Xinxin is a lord who the Lord is going to hand into me. Do you say that it has anything to do with me?" Jian Wushuang heard the words and was about to speak again. "Enough! Xishan, don't say I haven't become an acquaintance with you. Even if I am an acquaintance with you, my personal affairs can't be helped by you." Having said that, she grabbed the cuff of sword unparalleled. "Don't abandon your excellency, let's go." The heart dominated the elder Lao's Han, and took Wu Jinshuang and hurried toward the 7th peak. Behind the two, the cup of heart beat the elder Lao's Han, who broke away, and his face suddenly became extremely iron. He stared fiercely at the back of Jian Wushuang and Xinxin, his fist rattled. "Bitch, you wait. This one wants you to surrender under me sooner or later." There was a touch of ugliness on the face of elder Lao's Han, and after watching the film Engraving Time of Jian Wushuang and XNXN, he snorted and left. Waiting for the elder Lao's Han to go far away, the heart-minded master, who has reached the mid-mountain position, finally let out a long sigh of relief, and quickly released the cuff of the sword unparalleled, saying with some sincerity, "Don't abandon your excellency, it's really helpless to offend just now, and I ask you to plead guilty." Before Jian Wushuang was in Yanyang's starfield, the pictures of one person and one sword slaughtering everyone were vivid. She was afraid that Jian Wushuang would be unhappy, so she would open a killing ring in Ling Di Holy Land. If that was the case, there would be no one to block Jian Wushuang in this huge Ling Di star area. Anyway, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and asked casually, "He is dominated by the heart. The elder Lao's Han just now is your companion." Hearing the master, he sighed and said helplessly, "The priest still can't talk about it, but the Lord made his own claim and gave him to me." Speaking of which, my heart dominated the expression for a while. Jian Wushuang nodded and no longer asked for him, as long as he entered the congenital Dinghua after 3 days and took away the congenital Dinghua. As for any love or hatred between the two, he did not want to understand and felt interest. The 7th peak is several million feet high. The two went up while chatting, but the speed was not fast. It took only a few minutes to reach the summit. This 7th peak is just like the elder Lao's Han said. Looking up, as long as the disciples can be seen, they are all heroic female disciples. When they see the elders who want to come cold in the weekdays, they bring men. Entering the 7th peak, the expression suddenly staggered. Who is that man? Are they good old friends with elders out there? No wonder the elders have been hesitant to accept elder Lao's Han if this man looks good. He is indeed better than the rough elder Laoshan, but it seems to be lower. The second grade dominates the repair. The elder of Shinshin is the ultimate dominator. This man is not worthy of the elder of Shinshin. The sound of a mosquito-like discussion sounded, and my heart dominated the flushing of the face. Noise! Don't you need to practice? Chew your tongue here? Pan Xian dominated his face and said loudly. Suddenly, these female disciples who were sacred to the sacred place were shocked and quickly became birds and beasts scattered. After doing all this, the master of the heart secretly glanced at Jian Wushuang. Seeing Jian Wushuang's face as usual, without any emotional fluctuations, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. I just don't know why. She didn't know something, and where did she come from disappointed? Turning left and right, Zhu Xinxin dominated Sword Wushuang, came to a quiet house with red walls and green tiles, and the entrance was filled with purple bamboo, and said, Don't abandon your excellency, this is my room. You are here to rest and rest. That is, I will order later and not allow others to approach and disturb. 3 days later, when I take the rotation of the congenital Dinghua, I will show you to the congenital Dinghua. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. His look did not fluctuate. Then do not abandon your excellency. You have a good rest here. I have to go and tell the Lord Sovereign about the Yenyang star domain. Having said that, I was afraid that Jian Wushuang would think more about it, and then quickly added, Don't abandon your excellency. You can rest assured that I won't say anything about you. Go on. Jian Wushuang swayed, signaled nothing, and then gently opened the wooden door of this quiet house. Chapter 43:45. I saw that the sword light that used starlight to destroy the sky and destroy the earth was almost just an instantaneous time, and then it broke into the palm of the white-haired, indifferent figure. Immediately afterwards, a shocking scene happened. This mighty sword that was infinitely horrible and indescribable was split on the palm of this white-haired, indifferent figure, as white as jade, and suddenly burst into sparks like a childish dance sword on the towering Mount Tai. But even this scar of the palm cannot be caused. This white-haired, indifferent figure refused to let it go. Immediately afterwards, a low, icy voice heard from the figure's mouth. Are you embroidering the needle? Who is this soft sword to kill? The next moment, the white-haired, indifferent figure closed with 5 fingers, and the star sword suddenly broke, making an overwhelming, clicking sound. Immediately, countless starlights shattered and mighty powers were wiped out. This starlight sword turned directly into powder, and the elder Fei Xian. When this white-haired, indifferent figure appeared, the cricket on his face had already been replaced by fear. I saw that he took a sigh of air conditioning and did not dare to pass the channel. King of 9 and 9 calamities! The shadow of a person's famous tree, no matter before or after the Supreme. The fame of the King of the 9 calamities was all he killed with a punch and a kick. When Jian Wushuang created a new myth in the universe, King Zhujia also continued his legend in the ancient sky. If it is said that if there is no sword unparalleled, the King of 9 calamities is the most in the universe during this time. King of the 9th calamity, shouldn't you be in the ancient road of Shinkong now? Elder Fei Xian watched King Zhujia tightly and snored. King Zhujia was expressionless and said indifferently, You're called Fei Xian, aren't you? What kind of ability is it to be a supreme master, to bully the ultimate master? If you have the ability, fight with deceit. No, King 9 calamities, listen to me explain. He didn't even wait for him to finish. The king of Juzai stepped on the foot, directly across thousands of miles, and his right palm was raised and photographed towards the elder Fei Xian. This palm comes out. The heavens and the earth turned upside down. The sun and the moon were suspended. Chaos reopened. The entire space was destroyed, turned into a storm center, and countless space debris swept up as if the wind was rolling down, surging and slamming in all directions. King of the 9 calamities, you deceive people too much. Seeing that his face sank, Elder Fei Xian retreated backwards while splitting out several star swords in succession, intending to kill and stop the king of 9 calamities, ants. The king of Jujia indifferently opened his mouth, but he came hard to carry the star sword, rushed to the Elder Fei Xian, and the palm of his white as jade was pressed down severely and smashed into the white sword. Ha! A roar exploded. This magic soared with the power of the ultimate power of the rule, under the palm of the 9 kings of the calamity, seemed to be unable to bear it, and issued a wailing sound, and released from the Elder Fei Xian. And the Elder Fei Xian, his face turned pale suddenly, like a shooting star, instantly fell from 1,000,000 miles high, hit a star fiercely, and even the huge impact force directly shocked the star it's broken. With just one palm, Elder Fei Xian lost. After taking this palm, King Jujia no longer manages it. With the Elder Fei Xian in his palm, the body is on the verge of collapse, and naturally there is the ordinary supreme of the life shrine to solve him. He slowly turned around and looked at Jian Wushuang. His original cold face gradually melted, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The sword is unparalleled. It's been a long time. Jian Wushuang looked at the king of Jojia and sighed in his heart. This guy is still as strong as ever. Long time no see. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly at him. The two of them had black hair and black, cool and handsome, and their eyes were clear, and the other hate white snow, with white hair hanging down at will, as if the untouched ant shot the fairy with deep eyes. Jian Wushuang and Jiu Jiawang are also the perfect level of life. They are also from the Temple of Life. They also have their own legendary epics, but this universe and this era are recognized as peerless Tianjiao. Under the shadow of the two, everything on the battlefield became overshadowed. The sword is unparalleled. You can use a body of master to push the supreme divine realm to this field with your own strength. I was not as good as you. Jijiawang smiled lightly and then came down from the starry sky with a negative hand. Speaking of which, this seat is now more and more looking forward to what you will look like when you break through to the Supreme. At that time, this seat will definitely compare with you again. Jian Wushuang smiled when he heard the words, but did not answer, but the words turned and asked, Jiuzheng, when did you come out of the ancient road in the sky? The king of 9 calamity narrowed his eyes. A flash of narrowness flashed in his eyes, and some of them quipped rarely. Your swords and swords have all received invitations to the grand event of the nations in the ancient road of the starry sky. Will this seat not be available, then you're not bad? After speaking, he turned his right hand, and a piece of white jade appeared in his hand. This white jade is similar to what Jian Wushuang got from Master Lan. But at the edge of this white jade, there is another layer of gold thread. Jian Wushuang heard the words and could not help but said, King of the 9 robbers, why do you like it more than me? The Jijiawang snorted and said nothing. Speaking of which, he has always been arrogant and indifferent. He never likes to talk to others, but I don't know why. Before the sword has 2 sides, he will always unconsciously reveal the childlike mind. Passing from the side of Jian Wushuang, the king of Jujia looked up at Supreme Gafu, arching his hand. Master, Gafu. Gafu Supreme sat high for 9 days and nodded when he heard the words. His expression had always changed little. At this moment, he was also slightly jaw-headed and smiled softly. It's good to return home safely. The following battles have nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. After only a few jaw sticks, the 5 supremes that have come together have been stabbed by the 4 chief supremes, such as Bloodwave and Giant Axe. They have never been hesitant. Once they have decided to take action, they will directly use the means of thunder and cut off the grass. After a moment, there was only one left over in the entire cold and dark universe. The 5 supreme masters had all died, and the star fields around the Palace of Life had been shattered a lot, turning into numerous meteorite fragments, suspended in the starry sky. Among them, Only those 5 space battleships still stayed there declared the defeat of the 5 major forces. Back to the palace. Gav supremely opened his mouth. Yes, Bloody Supreme and others were stained with blood, and the congratulations should be. Immediately, the class returned to the palace one after another, and the rest of the mess was solved by the disciples of their own life. After returning to the Temple of Life, far apart, Jian Wushuang saw that Lung Rushuang was leaning in front of the palace door and waiting for him, and his picturesque brows were full of worries for Jian Wushuang. Seeing Jian Wushuang returning safely, her tight frown just slowly relaxed. Chapter 43-46. The battle between the Shrine of Life and the dragons swept the entire universe, and almost no one in the universe did not know this battle. Jian Wushuang heard the words and couldn't help but move in his heart. After he came out of the Life Shrine, he was nonstop on his way. He really didn't know much about the battle in the Life Shrine, but this does not mean that Jian Wushuang has forgotten this war because of him. In the entire universe, no one is more eager to know the results of this war than him, and no one is more eager to participate in this war than him. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang depressed the eager thoughts in his heart, making himself look like usual, and asked blandly, "What happened to that battle?" Master Zhu Exan opened his mouth with a smile and replied, "Don't abandon your lord. That war is over." Speaking of the Temple of Life is really tenacious. With so many top powers jointly struggling, the Chamber of Resistance has persisted for a long time. Jian Wushuang heard the words in his heart tightly. Listening to this tone, could the Life Shrine be unable to persist? Immediately, Jian Wushuang forcibly suppressed the trembling thoughts in his heart and squeezed a smile on his face. "You talk carefully." He Xinju dominated Wen Yan and thought for a while and nodded. "Okay, but I don't know much." They are all the most widely spread news in the universe. After speaking, the Master of the Heart slowly talked about the battle in the Temple of Life. She said to herself, when she said that the life and death of the Temple of Life was severe, she did not notice the complexion of Jian Wushuang next to her, and she had already become sad. Speaking of the White Tiger Supreme of the Life Shrine, it is really awesome. One person battles the 3 top Supremes, and even before he dies, he kills one of the top Supremes of the Taishu Temple. By the time Master Sun said that Jian Wushuang's fists had been clenched and his nails had sunk into the flesh, and there was no hint of redness, the White Tiger Supreme, he doesn't get along very much, but in his impression, the White Tiger Supreme is an extremely addictive and generous Supreme, and once shot with the Great Axe Supreme and others to save his life. Unexpectedly, even this White Tiger Supreme fell into this battle. Later, the Axe Supreme was attacked by the top 5 Supreme Extremes and was seriously injured. If it were not for the timely support of the Bloodwave Supreme, I am afraid that he has already followed in the footsteps of the White Tiger Supreme. The Master of Xinxin continued to say, when hearing this, Jian Wushuang only felt a sadness from his heart. Although the giant axe is silent and unspeakable, Jian Wushuang can feel that the great axe has the love from his heart. In Jian Wushuang's heart, the importance of the giant axe is also in the Palace of Life, second only to the existence of the blood wave. Breathing deeply 3 times in a row, both sides of the sword forcibly suppressed the throbbing thoughts in their hearts. Gradually, the Master of the Heart finished talking. She was just the ordinary master of the wild wasteland of the universe, so she didn't know much about it, only knowing the last thing. The war suddenly came to an end somehow, and supreme governance fell asleep. The White Tiger Supreme fell. The giant axe died with respect to injury. The Supreme fell asleep, and there are more dead disciples of life. Jian Wushuang only felt a heavy stone pressing in his heart, especially heavy. Because of him alone, the entire Shrine of Life was almost destroyed. My sword is unparalleled, and I am ashamed of the Temple of Life. Breathing a deep breath, Jian Wushuang made a decision at the same time. Dragons, Diwu Temple, Dairy Kingdom, Qiyang Kingdom, Taishu Temple, Blood Temple. I have sword warriors in mind. Today, my sword Wushuang issued a great wish. In this life, if my sword Wushuang does not settle these 6 forces, I will not be human. The sadness faded, and a sense of killing was struck by Jian Wushuang, pressing his arms and legs in his chest. No, don't abandon your excellency. What's wrong with you? The heart-minded master who was chatting and talking next to him saw Jian Wushuang suddenly feel extremely cold, and he was startled and asked quickly. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, his expression returned to normal, and said lightly, "It's all right." I do not dare to ask more, but I nodded and continued to walk towards the congenital Dinghuoqi with the sword Wushuang. It wasn't long before a large lake appeared in front of Jianwu. He Xinjian said, "Don't abandon your excellency. This access to the congenital Dinghua Pond is inside the Great Lake." Jian Wushuang nodded his head without thinking too much. When he stepped on his foot, he suddenly blasted towards this big lake. After a muffled sound, the surface of the lake spread ripples, and the figure of Jian Wushuang disappeared into the big lake. Dominion dominated the lake for a long time, leaving the same, and went in the other direction. What she didn't find was that a moment after she left, a tall, burly man in black stepped out to reveal his figure from the void. "Bitch, this passage to the congenital Dinghua Pond. Do you think that only you know it? Huh. Even colluded with outsiders. Come to the sect to steal the congenital Dinghua gas. I will report this to the Lord. I see how get it. And that boy, you dare to come to my holy place to steal the innate fire. You are dead." This tall and burly man with green eyes and small bones is running slowly, and his face is full of ruthlessness. It is Elder Laoshan who follows him all the way. His eyes flashed fiercely, and after thinking for a moment, he planned to turn away and report the matter to the Lord of the Holy Land, Gollum. Suddenly, there was a ripple of ripples on the calm lake. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the entire lake's surface exploded, and a large hand formed by the towering divine power broke out from the lake surface, and fought hard towards the Elder Laoshan. The Elder Laoshan's face changed suddenly. He raised his hand and waved a magical power, blasting towards this big hand. However, the magic power of Elder Laoshan banged on this big hand, and it suddenly seemed to be like an egg hitting a stone and instantly shattered. Then the big hand was pressed down, and the Elder Laoshan was pinched, pulled back, and dragged in, among the great lakes. Gollum. The lake was calm again, and nothing seemed to have happened. The bottom of the lake. Elder Laoshan looked at Jian Wushuang with a look of horror, lips trembled. "You, who are you? What do you want to do? Learn smarter in your next life. Don't be so curious." Jian Wushuang glanced at him, and under the pinch of his big hand, he directly pinched this Elder Laoshan into a fan powder, which destroyed everything. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, as if he had only done a trivial matter. Gaze turned slightly. Jian Wushuang looked down at the other side of the lake, a vortex like a starry wormhole, in which a stream of heat continued to blow out. This should be the passage to the congenital Dinghua Pond. Jian, with footsteps slammed hard, suddenly like a cannonball, blasted towards this vortex, pulling a long string of white waves at the bottom of the lake. Still looking for free novel? Baidu Direct Search. It is easy to read a novel.